carbon credits.
In the next decades, there will be an increased demand for forest products and placing pressure on Africa's forest. Are we ready?
To act now, not tomorrow. And let's not ask what forests can do for us, but what we can do for our forests.
We have under the AU our Sustainable Forest Management Program framework under Agenda 2063. It really gives us a very good framework within which we can position Zámba.
In organization, I'm advocating to say every company that we support, particularly in the forest space, it must be FSC certified, because the sustainability, it comes from a responsible managed forest. You know, there's no child labor. Governance is very key. We don't do reckless trading.
One of the presentations that was made by Dr. Yemi highlighted how much it is important as Africa to come as one in order to champion the actions we want as a continent.
Day 3.
Unbelievable. Can you imagine? Let's give a round of applause to yesterday's engagement. Now that was deep.
That was really beautiful.
No. I love the fact that by the time the CS walked in, minister was there, you could just feel, you know, there's the tangibility to what we're doing here.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Dr. Ronnie Michegwang.
And I am Wikali Mary.
And in the back there, we've got... Sorry, am I late?
Are you?
I did say, after the dancing with Kayamba Africa, I did excuse myself, and there was witnesses. I did try to remind myself about the moves that I did when I was 20, but let me tell you, the knees act different after 40.
Yeah,
So
I can
that's why I'm
notice a bit
late.
of a limp, Mark. We have to appreciate the fact that you're here today. It took a lot now, didn't it?
Do you see why Africa is where it is? People with misappropriated focus. The whole of yesterday, we're trying to find solutions to forest problems. This guy is finding solutions to his
Solutions for his
needs.
needs.
I mean, did you see Mr. Peter Gondo?
Oh, yes, I did.
I knew he could speak, and I knew he could hold his own as the former chair of UNFF. But on the dance floor, he was there, and I think I saw Harrison too.
Dr. Harrison was right at the forefront of the dancers last night. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful thing to experience.
One of the things that they've never taught young people is don't bite the hand that feeds you.
Who are the young people here?
People like... Anyhow, moving on swiftly, ladies and gentlemen. We want to take 3 to 4 minutes, maximum 5, to do a quick recap of what stood out for you yesterday before we dive into today's session. Today we've got a half day. We're going to make sure that it's high impact. We've got lots of information which is flowing, and people are saying, you know what, yesterday we didn't have a chance to engage. So we're going into first gear right now. So quickly, let's start with you, Mark. Is there anybody behind there who is itching to say something?
Yes, and we could probably just give it as well a rider, in the sense we did promise we'll give people an opportunity to represent where they come from in terms of the countries and tell us what they think is a little known fact about their country. So any takers from that, or as well, whatever else take home you had from day 2, and even the interaction, beginning of yesterday.
There's a hand right there, here, right in
All
front of you,
right.
Mark.
When I look,
Yes.
I see you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just switch off the table mic.
I'm sorry for that. Yes, my name is Luke. I'm a youth leader. I'm glad for this day 3, and particularly the last day. Having joined yesterday, it was a successful day for us, and we had impactful panelists that gave us a different way to think as people who are in the climate action and biodiversity. So my takeaway, I got it down here because the last panelist that was chaired by, maybe I cannot remember the name, but talking about putting youth and the communities at the center of forest value chains.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that one was one of my takeaways, and I'm very grateful for it. Thank you.
Asante sana. Anybody else who'd like to share probably a highlight from yesterday's conversation?
Yes, I have a taker here.
Okay.
What I would also like to do is that I like the fact that Mark mentioned, you know, we've been working so hard and giving solutions, but we haven't had a chance to share our different cultures. And at the beginning, I think Dr. Peter Lele mentioned that it's the diversity that we have. When we start working together, we're going to be able to bring our uniquenesses, our experiences together to be able to find a common solution. So please, tell us something special about your country. So tell us who you are, where you're coming from. Tell us what stood out for you, but then end off with a nice anecdote, a story about your country, your culture, something which you think we might not know.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Maron Chipongoma from Zambia. Yeah, I think Zambia is home to the mighty Victoria Falls. I think you have heard about it. And just to link to the one, in Zambia, actually, also what happens in the Congo Basin also affects us. When we are young, as we are growing up, when you see clouds forming northeasternwards, just know you'll be shocked. The rains, people will tell us that these rains are coming from Congo. So if you are far away from home, just know you'll be shocked. So you appreciate, it was good to know that even what happens in the Congo Basin also affects Ethiopia. I can testify, though not scientifically proven, but through culture and also personal information, I can confirm that even us, it also affects us. So what stood out for me yesterday was from the two segments. One was the private sector engagement in sustainable forest management. I think one lady from Criterion African Partners mentioned the statement which struck me. She said, charcoal production leads to deforestation, and no one is talking about it. I think we need to pay attention to that in our efforts to ensure that we have sustainable forests. And the other one which stood out for me was the presentation from WWF, Kenya, where they've done some tremendous work of restoring 189,000 hectares, and they have a target of doing 3.5 million by next year. That's some great work. I think they're doing a commendable job. And the other thing is just a question. I think somebody asked about the limited land we have under plantations in Africa. And even me, I think I share the same stance with that gentleman. We have very limited plantation. And then our indigenous forest, the productivity is not as good as the plantation area. On the other hand, FSC says no conversion of land after December 2020. So maybe I would love FSC to address that issue, maybe provide a solution. Maybe they can do case by case, looking at the countries, because other countries have got less than 1% of the forested land under plantation. Given that we have been told from this workshop that Africa has the largest youth population. It also has a growing population. So the demand for timber will increase in future. So in order to meet future demands, won't it be right that we're allowed to expand case by case, especially those countries with less than 5% of area under plantation? Because industrial species have got a huge productivity per unit areas compared to most of our indigenous forests. I submit. Thank you.
Mark, I think you can see that the students in my class are preparing.
I think all of you are in the same class now.
Start here, and then I'll come to you. There's two, and maybe Mwikali could be on standby as well.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Donald Gueno, a private forestry consultant from Kenya. And what stood out for me yesterday, and basically throughout the whole of this Congress, the intertwined issues of investment trade, value addition, and the potential of the private sector. Value addition requires investment in processing technology, and value-added products drive trade. And for us to unlock the private sector, I think it's a very critical issue that we must look through the Zámba Heritage Initiative, because this seems to hold, for me, a very key resource that can drive sustainable forest management in Africa, and also bring Africans together through the interlinked trade in forest products. Thank you. About Kenya, many things. I hope that visitors to Kenya, for once, have taken advantage of the fact that the only national park within city boundaries in the whole world is right some 10 kilometers away from you right here. And please take advantage of that before you leave back to your countries. Thank you.
Asante sana.
Okay, thank you. Jambo. My name is Victor Ben Kwabe. I'm an environmental journalist, and I work with Climate Lens News. So yesterday, some of my key takeaways were on the trying to understand the role of the communities in preserving and conserving the forests. And another key takeaway was how science can then work with the indigenous knowledge in ensuring that we are able to support and conserve our forests and ecosystems. And then one of the things that really made me glad is the representation by the young people. I'm able to see a lot of youths in the room and they're getting involved. So I look forward to seeing how the FSC then brings the youth on board and gets to work with them as we walk the journey. Thank you.
Asante sana. And actually, he's segueing into the conversation that Anna Gasha will be handling with her panel. He's mentioned indigenous peoples, and that's one of the conversations. There's another hand in the middle. Yeah, here.
Okay, I think we can take 2 more submissions. Take one from there, and then we'll go back.
I'm Dr. Joram Karombe from KEFRI. I'm a chief research scientist. And maybe I would start with something about Kenya. Many things about Kenya, but I would like to say that we have one of our organization called International Union of Forest Research Organization, UFRO, which has been in existence for a long time. They have had conferences in Europe and America, but for the first time in history, in 2029, we shall have UFRO conference here in Nairobi and in Africa for the first time, and we are very happy as Kenyans for having bidded and won the bid. That's a good thing for all of us. In the discussion yesterday, I was happy to see how we can tap into financing, because the financing model which we were shown by Mr. Rondo is that still the government is the one giving the greatest component, but we have financing which can tap from our development partners and also from private sector. If you consider the case for Kenya, it's very difficult to expand forestry in public forests, but there's a lot of opportunity within the private land and also in arid and semi-arid areas. And that's where we need to go, and we are happy to see how we can partner with the private sector, even in research, because I think countries which have developed also prioritize research. So it's important we prioritize research such that we can be able to move into this new territory together, and then forestry will be a competitive land-use option. And we should also be able to develop bankable products for forestry. Thank you.
Let's give him a round of applause. We have a question. Oh, thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Dr. Joseph Indo is my name, from the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry in Kenya. One fun fact for Kenya is that we have the first community-led carbon project in the world, here in Kenya, in Kwale, in Diani, called Mikoko Pamoja. It has actually won accolades and awards, and we welcome you to come and find out how community can initiative and benefit from carbon financing. It's one of a kind, and even those who know, Leonardo DiCaprio has actually replicated the same project in Kwale under a project called Vanga Blue Forest. All these are projects happening in Kenya. Coming from government, one key thing stood up for me. One is that in terms of financing, we have seen that government really has gone above and beyond in terms of financing forest sector development, beyond what we could think we can get from outside. In within us lies resources, if well put, and if we don't siphon, especially the carbon, the proceeds that come out from carbon projects, then we can be able to really find an avenue of financing and developing Africa's forest sector. Finally, was the parting shot by the General for FSC, that the certification process, it is not just for profits, but it goes beyond that. It looks at people, it looks at economies, it looks at biodiversity. Thank you.
Good morning again. I'm going to be very brief. I want to reiterate on two issues. One is very much related to the FSC. There is a draft declaration that we have been reading this past night, but also this pledge, the 5 million restoration and the 30 million sustainable forest management, where the two figures related to this heritage. According to my discussion with my director, these figures are really very, very much insignificant, particularly for big region, Africa, which is very much degraded and desertifying. Planning to restore only 5 million hectares across the region is, honestly speaking, going to be very much insignificant and also not in line with the very ambitious target, AFR 100 million hectares of land to be restored, a bond challenge. Imagine Ethiopia only promised or pledged to the bond challenge and the New York Declaration and the AFR 122 million hectares to restore. And then for the region, 5 million pledge is really too much, insignificant, and FSC need to really reconsider if we want this Zámba heritage is, absorbed by many government, by politicians. It needs to be really as ambitious as the previous pledge. That is one thing. And maybe my small message to the government here is also about this special fund. In Ethiopia, the government has assigned a special fund. There is a budget, a regular budget, but additionally, the government has assigned a special fund between 0.5 to 1% annually from the annual budget of the country directly go to landscape restoration and sustainable forest management. We encourage the governments, particularly the government of Kenya, to join Ethiopia to initiate this type of initiative so that this will leverage a resource from the global community, the North, who could also support us. I don't know, that will be, well, maybe this could be considered as need to be, a point of discussion in the coming day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that sets the stage for the very first panel of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, and I like that, Mark, you mentioned, you gave like a teaser of what we're going to start with today. It's indigenous people and sustainable forest management. And leading this panel, facilitating it, is the Deputy Director FSC Africa, Madam Anna Agasha. Let's give her a round of applause as she makes her way to the stage for the first presentation and panel of the day. Let's give her a round of applause. Asanteni sana. Karibu sana, Madam Agasha.
Welcome, Forest Stewardship Council, Zámba Heritage, Kenya, and all the countries here are for the people, the environment, and the economies. That's the quote we have just heard this morning from the Ministry of Environment, Forestry, and Climate Change from Kenya. And I want to pick it from there as I introduce the session for today, Indigenous Peoples and Sustainable Forest Management. It is the last day, and you have heard a lot of technical things, and Indigenous Peoples, I counted the number of times it was said since today, until today, there are more than 50 smallholders, communities, so we are talking about the people. I would also like to draw your attention to yesterday, the jubilation that we had, the dinner that we ate, the connections that we made in the evening, and draw that to the forest. This room is the forest, and we are jubilating and eating and getting the fruits from those forests, and that is the perspective I see the indigenous peoples, the smallholders, the communities that we are talking about. We represented them last night, and there is no other way I can describe what it is. For context, I would like to draw you to some few key issues before I introduce the panel that will deep dive into one or two questions for this morning. Again, drawing on last night, I picked a few lessons that we are tied together. There is a common theme that brings us together, and indigenous peoples in some cases are described like that. They also have unique knowledge. We have unique knowledge in forestry. This is why we are all here. And the other one is that they have their ancestral territories. And the territories we are talking about here are the forests. So those are some key pointers that bring us to what are indigenous peoples. It will also be interesting for you to give you some numbers. What are we talking about here? Globally, information says that we have up to about 6.2% of the world population in 90 countries are indigenous peoples. And remember, we have 195 countries globally. Information says they contribute to the management and protection of 11% of the world's forests or more. That's not a small feat. To surprise you if you didn't know, indigenous peoples, they contribute globally to protect 80% of biodiversity, and that is through their territories. Let's come to Africa. How does it look like? 4 to 5% of the population of Africa is described to be indigenous peoples. That's also not a small number we can not talk about. So I will sum what I've just said in a few words as I quote some documentation from the UN. Indigenous peoples are not just custodians of heritage. They are central partners in conserving Africa's landscapes, cultures, and the future. That's powerful. However, What will our panel that I'm about to call on the stage be tackling? Just to give you some highlights. As we see this global importance of indigenous peoples, there are also some challenges. And the key challenge is in many countries globally, not only Africa, the legal, the policies, the institutional framework, the recognitions are there, but they are still evolving. And I'm sure most of you in this room believe or resonate with this information. So what does that mean for Zámba? Before I call the able panel that will give us some highlights into this, please watch.
It is the organization who can be a highway to speed the finance to the community. And it is the organization who should help to design the right policies that can include the indigenous people's rights to be respected. Although
Great. Those are some good words that emphasize what I have just described. I have the honor to introduce to you our panel this morning, and I would like to invite to the stage Professor Kiyapi Ole James. Professor Kiyapi is academic, specifically from the University of Eldoret. Professor Kiyapi is a politician, and not just a politician. He has stepped into the space of presidency as former presidential candidate. If you have not heard this in the last 2 days that we have been here, Professor Kiyapi, welcome to this panel. I have the honor to introduce the able lady. She is indigenous herself from the Ogiek community in Kenya. She's a lawyer. She's an advocate for indigenous people's rights. Cindy Kobey, welcome to the stage. Pole sana. It's fine. I think we will get the translation. We move over to the Congo Basin to have our representative, Guy Mosere Diseke. Guy works for an organization called Repariak in the Congo Basin, and it is involved in innovative partnerships to enhance indigenous people's rights. It promotes sustainable forest management of ecosystems. Guy, welcome to the stage. And we will take a question which I would like the panel to respond to. I will take my seat, so I will reorganize the sitting arrangement here so that I can sit. So, thank you for being here. And Professor, I will start with you. You've stepped in many spaces, political, as I introduced you, academic, and also yourself as Kenyan and Maasai. The challenge I just read and introduced is that there is evolution in how indigenous peoples should be step into the space of sustainable forest management, and government have a role to play, governments in Africa. And not only governments, civil society, the private sector, development partners,
all have a role to play. But I would like you to draw from that, what do you see as priority actions for governments especially, working with these other groups, civil society, private sector, and development partners, to advance initiatives such as Zámba and empower indigenous peoples as beneficiaries and long-term stewards of Africa's forests?
Thank you very much. I want to start by saying that Anna introduced me as a politician, but I'm really a lukewarm politician. I was more in the space of leadership, not politics. But a few years back, I had a chance to do an assessment, forest inventory of a community-owned forest. And it is a very interesting forest in southwestern Kenya. Actually, it is in Narok County. The forest is called the Forest of the Lost Child. And I want you, when you have your time, to just Google about that forest. It is 100% managed, 100% owned, 100% run by the community. But the community has been helped by many organizations, especially international NGOs and local NGOs. But the main issue that I learned about that forest was how the community was deeply invested in it. How they saw that forest as a source of livelihood, but also a spiritual forest, a mystical forest. It was something that they treasured. And I can confidently say that almost all over the world, indigenous communities or indigenous people and communities are more invested in forestry or in forests and in their environment and natural resources more than we think. But at the same time, I want us to know that the people we call indigenous people or communities, they also actually want good things like we do. They also want to live. And very often, they are relegated to the periphery. So what I learned that time and what I have been working on for many years is how do we organize communities? How do we organize indigenous people so that they can rightfully take that space of ownership and management and benefiting from their forests? And in the case of Kenya, we have quite a wide variety of community participation in forest management. And I want to say that those of our colleagues in wildlife are way ahead of us, because you know about forest conservancies in this country and in many parts of the country. You just heard of an example of a community that is benefiting from carbon in Kwale, in Coast Province of Kenya. We also have communities that are doing small enterprises around forests. But the main priority issue has always been the issue of access and the issue of tenure, whether they own or whether they have access to the forest. And you have state-owned forests, you have community-owned forests, and depending on which one you are dealing with, you must define the regulatory framework, because that is what helps them to have access and to harness benefits that can accrue from the forest. Apart from the random evictions that sometimes we see of local people being removed from the forest as if they are the cause of the mess, when in fact it is other people who normally come in and interfere in the space. So I think there are many issues, but I would say the number one is helping to define the role the communities play in terms of ownership or in terms of access, and having empowering policies that can help them to benefit from forest resources and from small or nature-based businesses that can be developed in that space. I think that's what I want to say for now, but I can give more examples later.
Professor, don't give the microphone away yet. Thank you very much. You've stressed a very important point on organizing the policies and regulations. And when you're saying that, I am looking at governments right here and policymakers within this space. Would you draw a few examples of what development partners, the civil society sitting here, what can they contribute?
Actually, almost in all cases in this country, in Kenya, because I can give examples from Kenya, every time you have a community and a forest, or a community and a wildlife, or what we call dry forest, you always have to have civil society organization going to do mobilization of the community and create that local capacity on the ground. And it is that capacity that informs policy making. And because of that activism and awareness that has been created over the years, right now in our country, for example, our Forest Act recognizes the role of local communities. The Wildlife Management Act recognizes the role of local communities, and even gives the authority and a provision for establishment of community managed and community run conservancies, or what we call community forest association. So it is both the civil society and the people, and linking with what we call government actors or government departments, and bringing it all the way to the policy level. And it doesn't happen like at one time or in just in an instant. It's a process that is built over time and creating awareness. And then I have seen it spiral, because it begins in one part of the country and it goes to another part of the country, and it moves on all over the place. And it is now right at the policy level, and we have lots of acts of government that recognize the role of communities in management of natural resources, forests, and wildlife resources.
Thank you, Professor. Communities, indigenous peoples, smallholders, we sum it all as people. I will move to you, Guy, and building on Professor Kiyapi, who is noting important points. Linkage from one step to the other until it reaches policy will be very important. Guy, you work for a big organization, Repariak, advocating for indigenous peoples. What are you advocating? What are those things that you think will be important priorities, especially being here in the last 2 days and advocating for Zámba, for bold action in sustainable forest management?
Merci. J'ai la ferme conviction que les gens vont me suivre très très bien. Je demanderai surtout
I would like to request FSC, because I cannot see generally all the partners, but I'm going to talk to FSC. I'm also happy to be in the same panel with who is Masai, and my sister who is Ogiek, and myself Mbaka, and so our message is going to be heard. And so what do we need to do so that we get to this necessary collaboration? Who is going to ensure that the indigenous people who are living next to forest exploitations can benefit? And they actually get the minimum so that they do not die, especially doing what it costs less than $1. And so this is actually the capacity, and that is why we have, following what has been presented, we have noted that we have all shown that in order to have organizations, the government should note that when you involve the indigenous people, it is effective if you involve them. And so the knowledge, scientific knowledge gives a better way of managing forests. We have also noted what Madam Director General of FSC has said, and I cite what she said. So during the opening remarks, the Zámba initiative is the launching of commitments based on rights. And so for her, in the opening remarks, she said that this initiative is based on, it's actually a commitment that is based on rights. And on this, Rapaleak proposes some messages which has actually been talked about by Professor about land. So we need to have a legal recognition of the land and the territories, and so land grabbing and also illegal exploitation is illegal. And so we work for the population that are indigenous. And so we also propose that FSC will need to work on what is informed by information. And so free agreement is something that that is, it is actually confused with information that is given to the community. So we need the community to have this will. So we need certification. If we do not have this consensus from the community, and so in the plan for managing forests, we want to participate in the governance. Our needs is actually to be involved in decisions that affect our forests. And so this is a consultative role, because we play a consultative role. We also play a decision-making role. And so what could be done? So we need to put in place a mechanism for management, and we also represent these indigenous people in the forest issues, strengthen participation in social spaces. We respect also traditional knowledge. And so what Professor has said, I'm not going to repeat. So economic benefits and what our needs, we need to have benefits that are sustainable and also alternatives to forest exploitation. And so we need to ensure that we have equitable sharing of benefits from the forest. And so supporting community enterprises, and we need to develop the value chain. And so we need to promote bioeconomic as a way of having sustainability. And so for capacity building and access to information, our needs, we need to understand the mechanism of certification, be able to defend our rights. And so what is the action that FSC can do? We need to have programs for training that are adapted to the community and give technical and legal support for the community, simplifying the information for the community. And so the mechanism for complaints, our need is, we need to talk about the abuses that are going on, access to justice that is credible and rapid. And so whenever we have conflicts, we need to have representation. And so We need to strengthen the capacity and guarantee independence and transparency, and we also have the respect of our rights. So, in brief, Proepake is working on this and ensuring that indigenous people are at the center of decision making. And so their rights need to be respected, and so the forests are going to be sustainable. And so we are going to celebrate what we get from forest exploitations as opportunities for the indigenous people, as opportunities to improve their lives. And so this is for the forest exploitation. Thank you very much.
Wow. It's a whole broad chain of what has been talked about since Tuesday. Guy is informing us that indigenous peoples are not just custodians of the forest and it stops there. He has mentioned they need to be involved in the value chains and be part of the market. That is very important, and I think something the Zámba Heritage Inaugural Congress will take up as a recommendation from Guy. He has also repeated what Professor Kiyapi has said, which makes it emphasis, linkage. It's not running to indigenous peoples and working in isolation. They need to be linked from that grassroots to the civil society up to the government and policymakers. That's another takeaway I think that is important. But I would like to have a follow-on with you, Guy. Indigenous people's conversation is not new, and some of what you are noting have been said and have been advocated for. What is the gap? What is not working well, and what is Repariak doing to fill the gap as advocates of the indigenous peoples and their rights and benefits? If you can throw light to that, please.
Oui, merci. Nous travaillons dans la sous-région avec les différents pays.
With the different countries, and the countries are not working in on the same level. And so I take the example of Congo, and so they have Article 16 in the Constitution. It is said that the government protects and also promotes the rights of the indigenous people. And so in the preamble of the new Constitution of 2015, it is also said that the Constitution takes into account all the laws, in all the laws and in the international conventions on the human rights where the country has ratified. And so under this we have actually left a step that is decisive, where all the forests are belonging to the state. However, we are in a situation where the forest is owned by the owner, and even the communities can actually be the owners of the forest. And so we have had developments. When you look at the forest code, Article 23, it is clear that the forest can actually belong to the community, and this is based on their basic human rights. And so we have done something that we can say from one country to the other. And so with the new law, the Cameroon also with the new law on protected areas in Cameroon, they has something that is positive, but the fight is not the same in each country. So for us as Rapealak, we usually ensure that those countries that are behind, they need to learn from the other examples so that they move ahead, and that is what we do. We do advocacy, and that will help us advance slowly by slowly. Sometimes it is slower in some countries within the sub-region.
Thank you. Professor Kiyapi, you noted to add something
yes,
on that point. Please go ahead.
I think one of the things I wanted to emphasize is the whole area of governance and effective engagement. Because sometimes we also make assumptions that communities or indigenous peoples are homogeneous, or maybe we deal with a small section of the community or the people, and in the process, we are not getting the full story of what's going on the ground. So it is always very important to make sure there's a very clear and transparent process when you are doing that engagement, so that whatever decisions are taken at that local level, you build a broader consensus of that entire section of the community, and not just dealing with a few people who may be having what we call prior information ahead of everyone, and they tend to dominate the space. So, and I found this one to be very problematic, especially when we were working with communities around the Mara, and can create very difficult dynamics of power play and domination. And so you have to ensure that participation is effective and inclusive, so that you have men and women and youth, and you are dealing with a whole of society approach, rather than a segmented and maybe perhaps allowing a few people who may have more information than others to dominate. And then in the process, the whole process, like there's an example in northern Kenya now where a community carbon project was taken to court. And the reason was that a lot of the people who were driving it were not really communicating to the whole community. And so when the rest of the people came to know, they didn't quite understand what was going on. And the whole thing went to court, and the process has now been stopped. So it's very important to ensure sound governance, whether it is civil society, whatever level of advocacy, go down to as wide a community as possible.
Thank you. What he has just described in FSC, we sum it in one 3-sentence word: free, prior, and informed consent. So, on point, Professor. I'll turn to Cindy Kobe. You are a lawyer, and you are indigenous woman. Allow me call you woman as you are on stage, because you are, and you are proud of it. What are those key elements, key priorities in advocacy that you see are important? Because this discussion has been there, and a lot has been done, and a lot of good things that have promoted benefits and how indigenous peoples interacted with the forest are there. What are those other aspects that you see are important, especially with initiatives like Zámba to benefit from?
Thank you so much, Anna, for the question, and thank you to everyone for being here today. As she introduced me, my name is Cindy Kobe. I'm from the Ogek community. The Ogek community is an indigenous hunter-gatherer community, and our ancestral home is the Mau Forest. And some of the advocacy priorities that we have as an organization, also as an individual, is ensuring that we are promoting indigenous land rights. So of course, by indigenous land rights, we're talking about indigenous forests, like the Mau Forest, the biggest forest in Congo. We also have forests in Rwanda and in other regions of the continent. And this can be done through ensuring that we're enforcing the legal procedures that are there. Like we have various cases like in the African courts that have been won by indigenous communities in Kenya. So having these cases actually implemented would ensure that the rights of indigenous peoples in Kenya are enforced, and they are able to properly manage the forests like they have been. Because various, like the Baka in DRC, we have the Baka in Rwanda, we also have the Ogiek in Kenya, we have the Sengweri in Embobut Forest in other parts of Kenya. These are communities that have been managing these forests. It's part of their day-to-day activities. So this is some of the priorities, and we encourage Zámba to promote enforcing of rulings and also working with governments to ensure that they are endorsing various procedures that exist, like the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. In Kenya, in Africa, we actually have only two countries that have endorsed this legal instrument, so it would be great to have more countries endorse it. And we also have the ILO 169, which only the Central African Republic has ratified it, so it would be great to have more of these African countries. Because in other regions, they have ratified it and they're actually implementing it. And when it comes to implementation, there is the aspect of community land. It encourages more registration of community land, more communities managing forests. So a forest that is community owned, community managed, you can see that, as you heard from the gentleman from the Ministry of Environment in Kenya, in Mikoko Pamoja, it's a community forest. So as you can see, these are things that work, and it would be great to have more of such instances work across the African continent, not just in Kenya. And as Anna mentioned on the principle of free, prior, and informed consent, so the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, it enforces the principle of FPIC. And we also have principles under FSC. I think FSC also has guidelines on free, prior, and informed consent. So it would be great to have indigenous communities actually involved from the onset of these projects, like be it carbon projects, the restoration projects, all these projects that have been talked about the past 2 days. So they should be involved from the onset. So it's a free, prior, and informed consent. It's a continuous process. It's not just one tick box exercise. So it's something that you do from the beginning all the way to the end. So it's something that should continue, and it should be included into the value chain, into the processes that exist, and it also manifests their rights to self-determination. So allowing communities to negotiate the terms of engagement on the ancestral territories, and this includes the forests, the traditional forests, the plantations, all this that have been talked about. And something else that is FSC has the initiative of community family forest. So continuing and endorsing these processes. This process is it's something that indigenous peoples have been doing. They've been managing the forest. They protect the biodiversity, and they also they've been doing these things. So this is something that has been going on. So continuing and endorsing, partnering with indigenous organizations, partnering with them when it comes to resource mobilization. The Zámba Heritage has a commitment of mobilizing resources. So during the mobilization of these resources, they should partner with them, work with indigenous peoples, with indigenous peoples organizations, so that they can be able to benefit from this direct access to funding, and then they can continue sustainably managing the forests. Thank you.
Great. I think there are great recommendations already. Zámba Heritage, look for indigenous peoples organizations, involve them, work with them, and then move to the next level with every collaboration and linkages. We still have time, some 5 minutes, and would like to open this to a few questions, 1 or 2 from the audience, or comments.
Yes, you can go. We have 2 hands over there. We can start with the gentleman with a tag, the green. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, panelists, for your...
I use this one. Okay. Our panelists, thank you so much for your insights. I greatly appreciate the fact that you come from IPLCs, indigenous peoples and local communities that are associated with forests. One of the strategies that Zámba Heritage Initiative is going to deploy, and I'm aware of this based on the documentation, is to share knowledge and best practices. And we are aware that indigenous peoples and local communities have rich knowledge, which I would want to say has been tested over time. 2 questions. Number 1, to each of you. Knowledge of sustainable forest management by IPLCs do exist. So, is that knowledge documented? Is it available anywhere? If not, share with us your thoughts on how such knowledge should be documented, managed, and utilized. Secondly, how should Zámba Heritage Initiative harness such indigenous knowledge in the case of transboundary IPLCs, in the case of transboundary forest resources? What advice would you give to us as we move on to think about implementing Zámba Heritage Initiative? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will give for sure 1 minute for this response, and I request the MC that you note those questions and we have interaction at break, because I'm looking at the time and we need to be closing. So 2 minutes, please, so that you take the response. I'll start with you, Professor, and yes, indigenous knowledge and how is it being documented? Is it documented or not?
I would say yes and no. I think that my colleague knows we've been trying a lot through research to document some cases, but I think because of the diversity of situations and context, the knowledge is a lot. There's still a lot to be done, and this is why I was recommending to Zámba Africa that one of the things is to also bring the element of research, even if it is just to really systematize these lessons from different parts of the region and in Africa. I think it wouldn't be so difficult to at least put together a few good lessons and a few good models of working community or indigenous people and forest. And I think it is vital and it's very critical for any successful initiative, especially in transboundary situations, because you've got to communicate on the same level, and it begins by taking that indigenous knowledge. And I'm sure, FEC has already defined a lot of these principles, but we need to look at what is actually on the ground and see how that can feed into forest management or sustainable forest management. So it can be done. A lot of it has been done, but sometimes some of it is not even known. For example, the National Museums of Kenya has been in that space for a while now. And I know also quite a number of studies on indigenous people's knowledge or indigenous knowledge. So I think it is a continuous process. Thank you.
Cindy, in summary.
For the Ogek community, yes, we are documenting our indigenous knowledge. So the Ogek community has an Ogek Cultural Center in Narok County here in Kenya, and the Cultural Center has all the artifacts that the communities have been using. We have, we are in the process of putting it in paper, and we also have a herbarium, so an herbarium for all the traditional herbs that they have been using, all the traditional seeds that they have, all the traditional food that they have been eating, and we also have the traditional like the traditional manyatas, a sample of the traditional manyatas that we have been living. So the cultural center, it shows how the Ogiek peoples have been sustainably living, how they have been protecting the forest, and it has the evidences are there. And we actually collaborated with the National Museums of Kenya to put this in place. And during the launch, the National Museums of Kenya was there. So it's as Olekiapi mentioned, it's a process that is continuous. And we also have this. There's the intergenerational dialogue. So we are not only putting it into paper, but we are having dialogues with the elders that have been protecting the forest, who have been there since the Ogiek land rights struggle was there. So we are ensuring that the knowledge is transferring from the older generation to the younger generation. And this is all in the Ogiek Cultural Center. So I welcome all the Kenyans to visit our center and to learn about the Ogiek culture and our knowledge. Thank you.
Guy, really in summary, like 1 minute, please. What do you have to say on this response?
Oui, exactement. En Afrique centrale, par exemple, d'une manière générale, les autochtones n'ont pas d'écriture.
The indigenous people, we don't have a criteria. So the documentation, they don't have culture. So when you want to document the information, you can't do it in the past. It is going to be on the needs of the documenters that you want to undertake that we are now going to be able to document the information. Otherwise, in practice, they have practices and knowledges. And it's the traditional practices that they help us in exploiting forests, making use of forests. When a forester goes to a certain place, they need a guide. Who are the indigenous people? So that the knowledge of the local people is going to show them the use of such a tree. This is not documented, it's in the practice. The knowledge is there, but an engineer who is considered as an engineer is in an office. But all the engineering work on issues like trees, identification of species, it is actually the indigenous people who do it, and they are not well paid. It's the person in the office who is paid very well, and they get the information from them. So that's one of the challenge, that we need to put value on their practices. That's what I was saying in short, that because we don't write as indigenous communities, you will not find any document that is written, that is somewhere, because we don't have this culture of writing, but it is there in the practices, as Professor was saying. And we also transmit this knowledge from one generation to the next. And these practices are very used in use of forest resources in biodiversity conservation. And also for us, conservation, it is not something that we learn because it is fashionable. It is already a tradition to conserve forests. It is one of our practices, traditional practices. So we require already to conserve the biodiversity. Someone was saying that areas where the indigenous people live are better protected than areas where all other communities live. So they already have the knowledge simply from the conservation work that they have been doing over the years. But the knowledge is not documented. So now we're going to go into these, have established museums, as other speakers here have said. Thank you.
The knowledge is not yet very documented. Is that something can pick up working with the indigenous peoples to put it on paper, but in ways that are simplified and for them to also understand? It could be in pictures and other innovative ways. We will stop here, and those questions, please interact with the team here at break and get the clarifications that you need. Join me to clap for this able panel as we get off the stage.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate you for starting us off on that conversation, indigenous peoples and sustainable forest management. Agasha will be staying on stage. We're just taking a photo. Oliver is there at center stage. Just take a quick photo of appreciation. Thank you to Professor Olekiapi, thank you to Cindy, and thank you to Mr. Guy for your contribution and getting us started on this last day. The conversation will be still steered by Agasha, Anna Agasha, and this will be on scaling up sustainable forestry, and she will be calling on the contributors for this, and the reason is one of them would need to be heading for an appointment, but we will have ample time to cover the ground that they need to. Let's appreciate them once more as they take their seats. Asante Professor, thank you so much, and thank you Mr. Guy, merci, and thank you Cindy also for your contribution on this. And over to you to continue with the next conversation on scaling up sustainable forestry.
I'm still around, and I hope my voice will not bore you in the next other 30 minutes, and then we will be off the stage for the next session. The next session seems to be FSC focused, and I think it's worth it that we listen from the host and what is it that really Zámba Heritage would be building on. Upscaling sustainable forest management. And I have the honor to welcome two senior management team members from the FSC, based at FSC International. Join me to welcome the FSC International Chief Engagement Officer, Mr. Mark Jessel. Please join me on the stage. As Mark gets his way to the stage, it's very important that we got gender balanced, and I have the honor to welcome the FSC International Global Development Unit Director, Ms. Liska Van Santen. Welcome to the stage, Liska. Before we go on, I will give Liska and Mark the opportunity to introduce themselves. And please, Mark, take it on. And after Liska, please take the microphone and introduce yourselves to the audience. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Anna. I am indeed Mark Jessel. Great to see you this morning. I'm Chief Engagement Officer, which is a relatively new role within FSC. Essentially, I oversee most of FSC's externally orientated functions, so including advocacy, partnerships, fundraising, advocacy on behalf of indigenous populations through our Indigenous Foundation, and importantly, our communications function. I've been with FSC for 5 years. I started off with responsibility for the integrity of our scheme. I have some experience in Africa, having spent 3.5 years in Malawi, also known as the warm heart of Africa.
Liska.
Thank you, Anna. Good morning, everyone. My name is Liska. I'm Global Network Director in the organization. Joined FSC 7 years ago. And I have to say, I'm just really, really proud of what we're achieving all together. Seeing the evolution in our organization, becoming increasingly globally minded. And it's a pleasure to support the work. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. Let's go to the gist of the matter, scaling up sustainable forest management. For context, this is drawn from what has been said or through our interactions for the last 2 days. But it's not the only action and discussion that has been in the room. We have heard that sustainable forest management cannot happen without finance, cannot happen without the people, cannot happen without civil society organizations, development partners, and the Zámba has been great in convening all these people in this room, participants. I want to build on that and say that this is not very new to FSC, because one of our core power is in convening people. So when it comes to Zámba, then this is an add-on for Africa. That's one important point. The other one, when it comes to financing, when it comes to sustainable forest management and scaling it, this has been our game for the last 30 years. And as we speak, we are having over 170 million hectares certified globally, which we can be sure it is sustainably managed. That's a plus for Zámba, not starting from scratch. I'll bring it down to Africa, because Zámba is Africa initiated and we are here to build on it to scale out. In Africa, we have so far 11 million hectares FSC certified. And the discussion around markets, we already have over 460 businesses in Africa that are trading in products that have an FSC mark. Most of them in South Africa. But to bring it home where we are seated right now, Kenya leads the East Africa sub-region in businesses that promote FSC certified products, in manufacturing them, and also when you go into the stores, especially packaging. That's also important for Zámba. So, when you sum it up, Zámba will not be starting from scratch. But what I'm describing right now is mainly in the space of certification, technical way of doing it and getting the results. I'll turn to you, Mark. What are those things additional to our certification system that FSC does that you think and feel will benefit Zámba Heritage Initiative moving forward?
Thank you, Anna. We're talking increasingly within FSC and with our partners about the impact that we seek to generate beyond certification. So let me just explain what we mean when we talk about impact beyond certification. By and large, it's the broader change in forest management practices and in market systems driven by FSC outside of our certification footprint. Let's just look for a minute at the biggest picture. So Anna has spoken about the 170 million hectares that we have certified over the past 30 years, and the 11 million in Africa. But there's up to 4.2 billion hectares out there in the wider world of forest. And even if we take account of the fact that only about a third of that number, so around 1.4 billion, is what we might consider to be production forests, through our certification activities, we're maybe touching 10% at the moment. And of course, we aspire to going well beyond that, and certification remains a very important tool within FSC's toolkit, but we are more than a certification scheme. So one of the things that I have within the remit of the team now within FSC is to engage, and to engage with a range of different stakeholders. We've spoken quite a lot about engagement with governments over the past 2 days, we are very proud and have a great deal of confidence in the fact that we now have two co-chairs, essentially from the governments of Kenya and Congo, who are now committed to providing us with their leadership over this Zámba Heritage Initiative. This is a great development, but of course, all of this is happening in different parts of the continent at different scales. We realize that what we need to do if we wish to honor our mission, which is to promote the responsible management of forests, we need to be able to get that place at the table as a trusted partner of governments. Beyond governments, of course, there's a wide range of other stakeholders that we need to be engaging with. We haven't spoken too much about civil society over the past couple of days, but civil society is immensely important. There's a particular target group that is represented during this Congress. The youth are extraordinarily important for us to be able to engage with, because it is the youth that has the ears of government. So we are going to be engaging with government. There was reference to the importance of academia fostering research in this whole area of sustainable forest management is something that we are already doing, and we're going to be accelerating in the coming months and years. I touched upon, and of course, Anna, during the previous session, you talked about indigenous affairs and indigenous populations, advocating on behalf of them, through them, enabling them through platforms to ensure that their needs are respected is also a priority. And I've left one important one for the end, which is this whole area of finance. You've seen reference to the 400 million, and I just want to be very clear. When we talk about 400 million, it's not about 400 million being brought to our organization. It is about using our advocacy muscle in order to be able to ensure that there are strong flows of finance that get to the sector. And of course, downstream certification will benefit from it, but what matters to us most is that the forest stewards right across the continent are able to access this finance, which will enable us to achieve the impact that we're seeking beyond certification. I'll stop here, Anna, and hand back to you.
Thank you. I will come back to you, but before that, I'll go to you, Liska. And I'll draw it again from the last 2 days. There's a lot of vibe, as the MCs called it last night, but this time, the vibe in doing it. We have heard words like, Africa can do it. Africa has all it takes. Africa can collaborate. Africa can lead. And those words still should translate, in my view, to what can FSC do to make it happen. And I would like to pick your views on looking at this vibe, looking at this, enthusiasm to move forward, and the path that is being formed through Zámba to scale sustainable forest management. What are those things that gives you the most confidence for the future?
Yes, the MC spoke about vibe. Well, I think those of you who were with us yesterday for the dinner, and I assume that is all of you, I think half of the time we spent sitting at the table enjoying the wonderful food, the other half of the time we went around dancing, didn't we? And I'm thinking of the African narrative, Anna, I'm thinking of the collective. I'm thinking of the heads of the forest agencies and the courageous leaders and voices that we've gathered. And then I think of this vibe. If somehow we can connect the dots between what we brought together in terms of that collective energy yesterday evening and the voices that we hear that speak so clearly of a sincere intent to work more closely together, to remove obstacles and to agree on what it takes, it gives me a huge amount of hope. And I think Mark already touched on the different areas. Of course, I mean, had we figured out the finance bit, what will we be talking about here in the room? Of course. But also this morning, Anna, if I may, we were having a meeting with our FSC Africa Advisory Committee members, and one of them wisely advised us, please do not get overwhelmed. And that honesty, that sincerity, that care, that empathy also gives me a lot of confidence, because this is what I hear and feel with a lot of you who've come to me, who've come to us to say, look, you're on a path, you're visible, you're present on the continent, just keep going. Just no grand further theaters, commitments, talks, but action. Take it one step at a time. That gives me a lot of hope.
Stick to your commitments. Keep going, collaborate. Those are key to take us to the future through Zámba. Mark, allow me to bother you a little bit and challenge you at the same time. There are words we have kept hearing indeed, and it's great that FSC is forming them into this important unit that you're leading, engagement. Engagement to me is very amorphous, and when we get out of this room, I am not sure I can describe it for anyone beyond saying it. But what I'm looking from you, Mark, is action. What does engagement mean in terms of action, and what is, in your view, as you strengthen your office, which is a baby, as you have noted to the audience, is able to do?
Our function is to provide a degree of structure and consistency to all of the advocacy and partnership building and fundraising activities on behalf of the sector. So there is certainly an upstream need for that to happen, because otherwise what will happen across Africa and across the world is that different people will advocate different messages to different stakeholders. So we're all about providing a degree of structure and coherence. As you probably have witnessed over the past couple of days, the whole process of engaging with governments from different parts of the world is complex. It's complex, and it needs to be done in a very systematic and consistent way, which is what we bring. At the same time, the actual engagement, the actual meetings, the conferences, the messaging, all of that needs to happen out in the field. It's not going to be happening from Bonn, where I'm based. And clearly, our role is going to be to work through the amazing teams that exist in different parts of the world. And here in Africa, we've got a prime example of a team that has got extraordinary skills, very, very good contacts, and we would see ourselves, in a sense, as partners there to help guide and provide that consistency, but also help set objectives. When we talk about finance and attracting green finance to the sector, we need to be able to provide an overview, an analysis of what exists out there, who are the partners out there, who should we prioritize approaching. And that is something that we can do at a global scale, and we commit to doing here in Africa.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, it is
clearer, and I hope to our audience, but they are free to interact with you and get those actions on the ground. I'll turn it to you, Liska. Liska, you lead a global network. Latin America, Asia, Europe, and other areas that we are working. What are those unique elements you're finding in Africa? You're drawing from Zámba. Even before we move steps ahead with Zámba, that you can begin to share with the network out there and their learnings to take FSC to the next step, because there are a lot of knowledge that we generate. How can it be useful going back to Bonn and leading the global team?
Thank you, Anna. There's two things that come to mind, but my head is still spinning, so forgive me if it comes out a little on the fly. One thing is that Africa never stops surprising me, and that of course reflects my own bias and limitation more than the whole continent of Africa and its diversity, and how it always gets generalized in my part of the world as country name, and Africa as if it's one. But let me just pick one. I'm not sure if you are aware, but the companies that Anna referred to earlier in her conversation or introductory speech, look for the label. If you look for the label and you see how well we're doing in Africa in brand recognition, you're outperforming parts of Europe that would probably tell themselves they're doing a great job. So guess what we're going to bring back to the global team? That is some fun rallying on and competitive spirit going on, and where's the brand recognition the strongest for FSC? Because if you see the label, it's not just the label. If people see the label, they think forest. And that's our mission. And that's why Africa keeps surprising us, because I don't think any one of us has expected it, perhaps, except some of you. The other one, you know, I think it's been mentioned in the room, but it hasn't come out so strongly. But geopolitics was another term that was mentioned, or it was referred to from time to time. And I think it's extremely interesting along the lines of what Mark is leading in terms of engagement, how we're seeing the African continent going to play out and demonstrate a collective voice across the geopolitical divides, we could say, of these days. As a global network director, I see it as my role to see how can we leverage that. We've got fantastic colleagues in Asia, we've got a wonderful team in China, we equally have wonderful teams across the world. So it's definitely not going to be in Bonn and in Germany. It's going to be more across those divides, where I'm really curious to see with the strategic colleagues that we have across and our partner organizations to say, how could we turn this to our advantage to make sure that the African-led, African-owned, and the collective desire to really lift the gaze and go for the protection of the African forest is actually turning out to your advantage. That's going to be complicated, Mark. That's going to be complicated, Anna. But I think we're ready. So I'm looking forward to that too.
Thanks, Liske. Yeah, it was my intention that we don't talk too much, but give the audience the time to interact with us. And I think 9 minutes is some good time. So I would request the MC to request the speaker to be short to the point so that we get more conversations and comments from the audience. It is open now.
Okay, there were some hands from earlier, so I will make sure that I go back to them as I start here coming that way.
Yeah, thanks a lot. This is Kenneth from WWF in the Congo Basin. Upscaling Zámba actually is something very, very good. We've been talking a lot about the EUDR, for example, and also Africa. But like in the Congo Basin, we do understand that there is gradual shift, you know, in timber trade from Asia and other continents to, from Europe and other continents to Asia, especially China and all of the others. So fundraising, as the fundraising mark is there. So what are the strategies that FSC and partners, because all of us, we are FSC, are taking to ensure that we engage with this market very well? Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Mark, you can take that up, or would you like some more questions and then take them at once? Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Niafu from academia, and thank you for that elucidation. 11,000 hectares, SFC certified, 460 businesses, and it's good to know Kenya is leading in some of these things. But maybe a bit of an unfair question. I want to wear the hat of the botanist that I am. And I'm thinking, even as we economize our forests and have that drive to catch up with the billions that Asia is doing it, I'm thinking the species diversity in our forests, ultimately that has an impact on the environmental well-being. And I don't know how Zámba is trying to protect that, so that the trend where trees are just planted because that's what they had in the nurseries is there, and it really messes up the species diversity. I'm also thinking about the plants of value, like medicinal plants. How is that being taken care of? Because in Africa, one of our biggest problems is primary health care. And ultimately, I think confidently over 60 to 70% of people rely directly on plant products. Is that being incentivized into communities so that as they plant their forests, they're able to get their medicinal products? Or do we ignore that and say, after all, go to the hospital and get some tablets? Thank you.
We have a question here, and we'll try and make it short and sweet.
Thank you very much, our speakers, and we appreciate what you're doing. My name is Joshua Adem. I'm from Kenya. And from the issue of upscaling the forest management, I have a concern which I would like to understand from our two speakers. If we want the management to flow, is there any finance policy within the FSC that guides the indigenous communities to access the funds? That's what I'm very much concerned, because here we are and always we speak on their behalf. So we want to know, how have you planned yourself so that they access the fund for that facility? My second question is also the same. The indigenous community, under the FSC and the Zámba, have you also prepared a docket whereby the indigenous communities can speak for themselves, not as representing them in every forum? That's my also another concern to understand. And my last question to you also, to upscale the sustainability, do we have any initiative whereby we promote the indigenous seeds and seedlings which can do well within the African continent and the soil, than always every season many organizations, they go buying the exotic seeds, which by then they don't do well after some times. So do we have such an initiative also to make our forests to be sustainable and also to cover a larger area with indigenous forest? Thank you.
We'll take just two more and we'll wrap it up. Is that okay?
Two more, all right.
Okay.
Take two more, but short
one
and
question
nice.
each.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Trevor Combo. I'm a climate and nature communications consultant, and thanks to our esteemed panelists for your interventions. My quick question is credibility and building trust in this space. What does improving or restoring forests actually mean in measurable long-term terms? And how do we safeguard against short-term gains, being framed as being sustainable?
And the final question here.
Thank you. During the last 2 days, we had 2 ideas on engagement. The first one was about the Regional Forest Investment Forum to help us develop bankable and investable pipeline of projects to help in fundraising. The other was about a platform on information exchange to take advantage of the free trade area. I just want to hear from Mark how you see these working. Thank you.
And that is all. Over to you, Madam Anna. Thanks.
Mark, take it away, please. And Iska, I think there are areas for you around policy so that we can get some responses from you. Thank you.
Thank you, first of all, for those great questions. I'm going to start off with the question that was asked by the gentleman in relation to EUDR and competition from East Asia in particular. First thing I want to say is that the European Union Deforestation Regulation is something that we have been following since its very inception. As has been said earlier, we don't know precisely when it will go live. It is a traceability regulation, excuse me, that will affect many stakeholders involved in the trading of wood and wood products. The key point really is to inform this audience that the whole dynamic of particularly China, East Asia, and Africa is one that we are working on quite closely. We actually have a colleague based in China whose role is very much to help us understand all of these dynamics, particularly around the influence and role of China in Africa. They come quite regularly to the region, the Congo Basin in particular, and we are growing in our knowledge and understanding of how that dynamic is playing out. We've also been involved in quite a few conversations with political representatives from within Africa who have emphasized the need to add value to products, to wood products, locally. And this is something that we're certainly interested in fostering within FSC. I'll talk a little bit about indigenous communities. So indigenous communities, indigenous and local communities are central to our principles and criteria. We have, I'm competing against some banging in the background, so it's a little challenge, but I will persevere. It is certainly enshrined in all of our national forest standards. We have an indigenous foundation that is led by indigenous representatives, that's based out of Panama, but which has representatives from right across the world, including, and importantly, Africa. The access by indigenous and local communities to finance associated with this initiative is part of the project plan. So this is already happening. I won't talk about the forestry-related questions around indigenous seedlings. I'll leave my colleague Liska to talk about those. A last point in relation to the question about measurement and credibility. I think as somebody who oversaw the integrity of our system for 4.5 years before coming into this job, there are many measures that are built into our system through the assurance partners themselves, the certifying bodies, through the investigations that are carried out on a risk basis by different partners that are aimed precisely at ensuring that there are no false claims within our system. And this is central to our brand promise, and it's something that as a scheme we look at very, very closely. There was a question about fundraising and trade barriers, and this is, we have to recognize that there are certain dimensions that are beyond our capacity to change, but are within our capacity to influence. So the question of trade barriers and tariffs and the difficulties faced by many African countries in accessing markets is something that we can influence as an organization precisely through coalition building, precisely by ensuring that countries don't face these challenges alone, but as part of a like-minded coalition that can then be heard by entities that have the power to change things. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Before Ariska comes in, I will put off my moderator hat and put on my FSC hat and take on the question on species. And then Liska will sum it up with the question on policy as we wind up this. So the question on which species are they selected and how are they, planted? It's all around what Mark alluded to in terms of our standards. Our standards have principles, and the principles require that indigenous species are integrated in what we do. I know maybe the person posing the question was referring to plantations, but it is a requirement by the FSC standards that when one is establishing a forest, let's say eucalyptus, and their objective is to sell, they must leave the indigenous trees they have found in that land. They don't cut them. Why? Of their importance in biodiversity protection, in water conservation, and all that stuff. So we have that catered for, and we have a team here that can deep dive into this discussion. I'm seeing Willie Lawyer. Please, you can contact him so that you get a lot of detail on how it is done. And with this, I will hand to you, Liska, for the final leg of the question on policy as we get prepared to get off the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And now I'm gonna take off my panelist hat and just speak as Liske. I'm seeing that time ticker there. We're already 5 minutes over. Please just come find me in the break because this is a very important question that deserves maybe a little bit more of an elaboration, and I appreciate the presence of Willie Lawyer in supporting responding to that question with accuracy. So let's follow up over the coffee break.
Right. So with that, please continue to interact with us, and thank you very much, Mark, Liska, and the audience.
Let's give him a hand in appreciation. Thank you so much, Mark Jessel, and thank you to Liska as well. And Agasa, because you still stay there, Anna, you'll be introducing us to the next section. But Mark and Liska, we can excuse them and appreciate them. Please, let's give them a hand as they head on out. After that conversation on scaling up sustainable forestry, we will be getting into the conversation on FSC Africa Sustainable Forestry Data Hub. And I believe Mr. Shri Nath is making his way to the stage, and you can just give a quick introduction, and he'll take over with his presentation.
I will, Shri, you're welcome. And as you get to the stage, I will hand the microphone to you, and you will take over and bring the team that you are working with on this and take the session forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. So what's the protocol on to advance slides? Yep.
Just what I did say, please introduce yourself first.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Good morning. My name is Srinath. I am with FSC International in Bonn. I lead the data innovation and GIS capabilities there. Relatively new to FSC, joined in November of 2024. I have a fairly eclectic background in multiple industries, starting my career in environmental sciences and spending time elsewhere. What we'd like to do here is share with you some ideas that we have been bringing to the table to support the goals of the Zámba initiative. It started off with a conversation that some of us had with Peter Alele at our General Assembly last October in Panama. And since that time, we've been building momentum with several folks whose pictures you will see in a moment. I wanted to take you very quickly through a presentation just to set the context. This is a small step in a longer journey, and we're looking to figure out how we can collaborate with all of you, aligning it with the Zámba initiative, as well as other priorities and things that are of interest to you. And then we will follow up with a short panel with a couple of folks who will join me here on the stage. So let me get started with this brief presentation. I'll try to make it as quick as possible to set the stage and give as much time to the panelists as well as to you all. Okay, so quick introductions of the people, a little bit of background context. What is this thing about? What is this hub that has been alluded to? We'll show you a quick tour of the hub, and then that'll be the panel discussion. So these are the faces behind the initiative so far. We're looking to fill this up, hopefully with many more people, all of you as well. On your left, you will see all of the folks from the Africa team who have been very closely involved. There are others as well who have been involved, but these are folks who have been driving it. So this is also an Africa-led initiative in that we're supporting it from FSC International. And then folks on the right are people on my team, a mix of geospatial, GIS type people, as well as some data and analytics folks. So we keep hearing that we are at an opportune time. The momentum is with us. And we hear about country commitments and partner commitments. We hear about FSC shifting, and for those of you who are not that invested or involved with the FSC system, it is making a transformation from being compliance-focused, standards-based, to being impact-driven. And you've heard the term verified impact and so forth. All of those are connected with this idea. Verified income, outcome orientation is all about looking at impacts. And then the third part is really that aspect of, okay, so what? How are we going to demonstrate real, verifiable, and sustainable impacts? We're also at a time where we have a tremendous growth in incredible technologies that are out there, accessible technologies that are out there with geospatial technologies, AI, mobile devices, you name it, there's a lot going on that we haven't touched upon here, and my hope is to really focus on the latter two, just to set the stage for our conversation. So this is a framework that we've put together just so that we can conceptualize it. It is not necessarily the final answer, if you will, but I think there's an opportunity here for us to co-develop a framework like this so that we can look at it with the different lenses that are important to us. Countries have their priorities, regions have their priorities, private investors, NGOs, and so forth, private farmers, all of them have slightly different lenses, but ultimately at some point we've got to coalesce around some kind of framework that'll help guide us in terms of what indicators do we want to look for, what are the data behind it, and so forth. So if you look at this, we're trying to break it out into climate and biodiversity priorities with some categories under that. But we also, from FSC, obviously, the social aspects that we have heard a lot about this morning and economic aspects also need to factor into the equation. And so these give us a framework to look at things with a broader lens. FSC is also driving the ecosystem services that we've also talked about that in the last couple of days. And there are a number of other dimensions to that to create this broader framework that looks at impacts from the standpoint of these different dimensions. And underlying that is the technology stack, whether it's GIS, remote sensing, the whole family of Earth observations. There's also other kinds of data. We've seen data, maps, statistics being pulled up. Those are also part of the data ecosystem. So we're trying to avoid getting caught in the trap of this data type versus that data type. All of them may matter in the context of what we're looking for. And then there's also instrumentation. We heard a little bit about eDNA. We heard about bioacoustics. There are all these emerging techniques to look at ecosystem health and so forth that are fast growing, and we need to figure out how to best harness this because the time is right, we think, for the Zámba Heritage Initiative to really drive the broader use of these capabilities and tie them to a framework that we can jointly move forward with. So digging a little bit deeper, it's very clear that we need to be adaptive in how we think about it. And one of the key things from FSC that we're starting to focus a lot more when we talk about impacts, monitoring and evaluation is a key aspect of that. But what's also important is how do we align around what data do we want to collect? What indicators are we after? We have to start somewhere and align on that. It doesn't necessarily mean that the same indicators will work everywhere. They will not. Our experience already with habitat, connectivity, and biodiversity indices is showing that we need to take a regional look at the very least in different places, be it in Brazil, be it in Finland, be it elsewhere, and therefore for Africa and within Africa in the subregions, what works in Ethiopia and what should be driving in Ethiopia is not going to be the same necessarily in Congo, but we can anchor around common themes so that we can look at this holistically and say, how are we doing against the impacts when we talk about restoration, when we talk about reforestation, when we talk about conservation, when we talk about intact landscapes, how are all those moving in the direction that allows us to know where we're at now, what does the past tell us, knowing that changes are very rapid in the ecosystem now, and how we're going to monitor changes over time so we can see what impacts we have. So we put in here, just to visualize this, a variety of these. I don't think we're necessarily saying these are the right ones, but hopefully this will start pulling us in the direction of creating some common frameworks that various groups can benefit from to pick the right indicators for them, share learnings, share data, and so forth. So, and before I go on, I just want to make sure that we also remember that part of the monitoring and evaluation is also the learning. What are we learning from there, and do they change what we measure? And when we change what we measure, we need to iterate through that, and that's where the adaptiveness comes in. So when this conversation started, Peter had mentioned to me that he would like to see if he can get some help in standing up some initial capabilities to support what we're looking to do for the Zámba Heritage Initiative. And so we started ideating through that, and we got some, part of it was the conversation about, well, how could this be different from, let's say, what Global Forest Watch is doing, or Global Nature Watch, and the WRI at large. There are many other initiatives as well that are out there. Our focus is really coming at it with a little bit of an FSC lens, and also largely what we think might be the journey ahead for the Zámba initiative. So part of it is geospatial data sets, accessing them. Part of it is analysis data sets that you can use on the fly to look at changes potentially. Part of it is the stories on the ground about impacts that we are having on the ground with indigenous people, the other dimensions of FSC's priorities around economics, socials, and environmental, right? So how do we bring all of those together in an environment where we can start to use the storytelling opportunities to move us forward? And so the outcome is really what we call an MVP, for those who are not in the tech field, is sort of minimal viable product. It's really the first step on a longer term journey. What we're here to do is share where we're at, but also looking for people who want to come along with this journey, who want to leverage what we are trying to build, and who can bring something to the table to help us move forward on a common path. So, I'm not quite sure how. It's good? Okay.
To wake people up, sorry.
I have a video in here. How do I get that?
That's probably the reason it happened, but it was just to get their attention that they were following the slides. Sorry about it, Sri. Are we good with the video? It's part of the presentation.
It's,
Can we test it?
It's 2 slides up, I think.
All right. Let's go back with the arrow. Yeah.
Yeah, at the bottom left, there is a, no, on the next slide.
That one.
Bottom left, there should be an icon right there.
All right.
Okay. So this is going to be a fairly quick fly-through, and this is a, for those who are in the GIS space, this is an Esri product that we built on top of. So it's bringing together a range of data sets. We have 100 data sets that are open access, that are accessible through there. This is not live yet. Just wanted to let folks know it is live for those of us who've been working on it, but the plan is within the next 2 to 3 weeks, after we clear some legal controls and so forth, to make it available as a publicly accessible website. There are ways for us to create private spaces and secure spaces within that. We can talk a little bit more. So, as you can see, there's some stories here about what this hub is about, who are the people involved with it. There are specific case studies. At the moment, there are a couple from the Republic of Congo and Kenya, and you can deep dive into them. There's an interactive map that can be used to look at land use cover changes and land cover changes over time, and you can do it by and add additional layers for those who are familiar with GIS. We're trying to figure out ways in which these kind of capabilities can be made more accessible. And so again, that's part of it, is hearing from folks here and certainly the technical folks at your end. What are the kinds of things that might be useful to you, and how can we maybe collaborate around some of these ideas? There is also going to be some areas around like our biomass change, ground biomass changes and other dimensions. You can start to think about all the possibilities. Many of you are probably already doing some of this. Some of you may not. So how can we figure out ways of making technology and data more available, more accessible? What kinds of data sharing and data control would we need in place? There are a lot of questions that we will have to address as we go down this path. So I don't want to take more time. I just wanted to give you a quick flavor of what we've been cooking over the past several weeks, with the idea of bringing it to the table here as a foundational piece of something that we can collaborate around, something tangible that can move us on this journey while everybody's figuring out finances, policy, all of those kinds of things. There's always this aspect of technology and data that can be brought to bear so we can measure against the impacts that we want to make. So with that, I'd love to invite Richard Ferguson from FSC in South Africa to the panel, as well as Harrison. I haven't seen Harrison this morning, so I don't know if he's going to be able to make it.
And Sri, just to draw your attention to the time there.
Yes. Yes.
It's going to be just under 20 minutes by the time they settle down.
Okay.
There you go.
So while Harrison is making his way here, I'll hand the mic over to Richard. Some of you heard from him yesterday, but also some of you may not have if you were not here. So let me give Richard the mic, and we'll go from there, and then Harrison after that.
Thanks. So my interest in this is basically from the perspective of an ecologist who has had a history and a career in resource utilization and a fascination with basically spatial location. I am certainly not a GIS person, but the scientist part of me can see in my role in FSC, I want to be able to look at a map, bring up then all of the different variables and the data that relates to that. And it's been it's a thing that has been kind of hindering me in how we manage our existing certificate holders and how we plan and look forward and look for potential, is that we haven't had a tool to be able to use for this. And we think that out of the Zámba initiative as a pilot for that within FSC as a whole, this tool and these tools that Shri has started to show to you is going to be really useful, as I say, both for existing certificate holder management and then on the broader scale for where else should we be looking, where else is the potential. Thanks.
Thank you. So Harrison, maybe a quick intro from your end as well. I know most of folks probably know you, probably you were here yesterday, but in case somebody wasn't, maybe a quick introduction and maybe a few words about how you see this initiative potentially supporting what we're after.
Thank you very much, Sri. My name is Harrison Kojuang. By profession, I'm a forester, and I started my career in academia. I then joined the government of Namibia in the public service and WWF, and then several years in consulting, and then I joined FSC. Well, in my teaching career, data was a very important aspect in asking questions about natural systems. And it's only reliable data that you could analyze to test a hypothesis and to show what could happen. My interest, of course, in this aspect of data is that we are having country partners and we are managing a natural resource. We have to ask certain questions. So this is very important for us. And the Zámba initiative, to the extent that it wants to raise hundreds of millions of dollars to support forest management, these investments have to be accounted for. And the best way of doing this is to show positive trends in what we want to do. I think this data hub would be a very important input into this process, and the country partnership structure that we want to create will significantly benefit from this. Thank you.
Thank you, Harrison. I think that certainly resonates with me, and just building upon that, and since Richard shared with us that he's a forest ecologist, and my understanding is looking at things from a landscape perspective. Richard, can you dig deeper into what you might think of from a landscape standpoint as we think about the journey ahead, where the gaps are today that you see, and what are the opportunities and the challenges you see ahead, sort of wearing your scientific ecologist hat for a moment?
Sure, thanks. You know, if you, just looking at the Southern African sub-region, we've got a huge biological, ecological range of biomes, from the aridity of Namibia through to the Miombos, and then coastal and evergreen forest in specific geographically located places. So, and then overlaid on that, of course, you've got national boundaries. So you've got Miombo in Zambia, for example, and Miombo in Angola, which obviously then are subject to different country policies. The advantage of this is that it's going to give us the layers of detail that as an investigator, as a biologist, as a land manager, I can start drilling down into if there's a change, what is that change? Is that a change that is positive, or is it a change that's negative? If it's negative, or I mean, even if it's positive, why? What's happened? What's changed? What's driving that in the background? The more layers of data and information I have in terms of who manages that land, what are they managing it for, what kind of money are they making out of it, what are the products that are coming out of it, what are the processing steps that go into that, who are the communities, how are the communities involved, etc. Those all give me information that I can start building a picture from. The other side of that whole coin to me is that, you know, I mean, the sort of adage is you can't manage what you can't measure, or you can't manage what you don't measure. So this is basically just data collection and measuring. But you can turn this around. I mean, this whole product is useful for us on a land management perspective, but it's also useful for the government or for the certificate holder from a reporting and marketing perspective. People typically are visual animals. They like to see a visual representation, a map of something. It helps tell a story.
All right. Thank you, Richard. I think that paints a visual picture of how we might look at this. And in the same spirit of double-clicking into some more detail, Harrison, you mentioned not only looking at it from as a forester, but also the potential role for partners here. What kinds of roles, maybe we start the question before that. Who are the categories of potential partners we can be looking at? And what kinds of roles might you be thinking along for them to join this journey? And how can we make it such that people are encouraged and interested to be part of this journey? Because that commitment is a big one. It calls for bringing in resources. It calls for finding ways of sharing data. It calls potentially for addressing who gets to see the data and what you do with it. I'm just curious how you're thinking about it from a partnering standpoint.
Well, that's a very critical question. In terms of partnerships, you would start by going to the owners of forest resources. If it's the private sector, they will be very important partners, and you can see that playing out very well in Southern Africa, where close to 2 million hectares is owned privately, and they are responsible for data collection, and they are also certified. So they would be great partners in that. You go to the Congo Basin, it will not only be the government departments in charge of forest inventory and so on, it will also be research institutions and academia that we have to partner with. We also could partner with organizations such as the African Forest Forum, which in my opinion is leading in policy analysis based on all kinds of data, socioeconomic, biophysical, and so on. Well, one thing that I've always said is that data itself can be collected and it could be sitting on shelves for years. Now, you need academia and research institutions to translate that data into information. And that's an important aspect of natural resource management, is that you collect the data and translate it into information. And if you want to change government policy, you have to use data which has been translated into information in a very clever way for policy advocacy purposes. If you show the trends of mismanagement and what it portends to the forest sector, you can actually sensitize a policymaker to make the right decisions. We just heard 2 days ago that because of chronic fires in the temperate and boreal forests, which are stand-changing fires. There could be a shortage of timber in the next 30 years, and we have potential in the humid tropics to meet that deficit. And I think that's the kind of information and the use of data to change policy which can be positive for the humid tropics. That's what I would say.
Thank you, Harrison. We have about 11 minutes left. What I thought I'll do is extend our panel to all of you and give you an opportunity to have a shot at answering a burning question that's been on my mind. I've been part of the team that stood up an ecosystem services registry to drive FSC's verified impact capabilities. And from a business standpoint, one of the things that's always been at the top of my mind is how do we accelerate the financing of sustainable forest management through, let's say, an instrument like ecosystem services. So I'd like to offer to the audience an opportunity to respond to this, and if the folks handling the mics can walk around. The question is this. FSC is going through this journey of building this monitoring and evaluation and verified impact capabilities. Ecosystem services spans 7 classes of claims, as Shubhra was referring to yesterday. And the question on the table is, where do you see the big focus areas from where Zámba sits? And how can Zámba be a force multiplier to rapidly scale the development of these claims? They do take time. So what can Zámba do to help accelerate that? And how can Zámba be an initiative to engage with the investor audience, to bring them to the table, to bring them to those stakeholders who are doing the right things on the ground by surfacing those claims? So I'm going to turn that out to the audience to see if anybody would like to volunteer a response.
We have one here, and in the 10 minutes, you'll tell us the time.
Thank you. I'm Eunice Maina from Kenya Forest Service. I just have a quick question to ask. One of your models that you do in framework monitoring and evaluation is on diversity. I've seen that you talk about the species richness. So my question is, do you do the species diversity tracking? And if you do, which methodology do you use? And then on data update in terms of shade mapping, what type of satellite imageries do you use to keep your track based on the reason that different satellite imageries have different resolution and they have different time that the state was launched? Thanks.
Okay, that's a question and probably not an answer to what you asked, but if we can get an answer, we'd appreciate that.
Okay. I think, you're asking very detailed technical questions. You're a little bit ahead of us. The ecologist in me understands where you're coming from precisely, but this platform, as it stands at the moment, isn't actually yet at the level of, which particular measure of species richness or species diversity, for example, should you be using. Understand that this, at a pilot scale, is working with the at least 15 countries within this within the Zámba initiative, all of which have separate histories and have developed their own systems. Part of the purpose of the initiative is to try and achieve a consistency and a way of comparing. Your questions are great, but at this stage we're not there yet. It certainly is in the, it's within the potential of where this platform can go. I was talking about layers of data just now. The kind of data that you're looking for would certainly be one of the many layers of data. The system conceptually can be at a point where if species diversity or species richness is your main variable of concern, that's what you click on. It'll pull that data and it'll visually present that data.
Thank you. We have another taker here.
Thank you. My name is Lloyd. I work with the YMCA, which is a youth-focused organization. I think just to answer the question that you raised, maybe one area of focus which we are thinking about is with the people, especially where we have marginalized people or at-risk people, and especially young people. Why I say this is because there's a risk factorization here, if I may call it so, when we have at-risk young people who are also marginalized. They tend to have some pressure on the environment, on forest cover, say for example where there's charcoal burning and all of that. And I think it would be very interesting to understand how the dynamics of climate change are affecting young people and marginalized community, and how this is then affecting forest cover and putting a lot of pressure. Earlier on, there was a conversation about security and focusing on security. So maybe to answer your question, I think for us it would be really interesting to see how when they are marginalized young people, they are at risk, and then they put pressure on forests. What are the trends, and then how can we, as Zámba Congress itself, react or be proactive in terms of preventing damage or providing incentives for better protection of forests, for example. Thank you. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, I think you certainly offered a lens on it. And part of, I think, what we're trying to do is also understand where each of you are coming from and to find common areas of interest that can inform our roadmap ahead. The aspect of how we think about those communities and how the metrics around those communities are managed and shared is going to be important. The need to know access and the sensitivity of that information is going to need to be factored in such that it can be used for decision making and policy making and investments and so forth. So we can't lose sight of it. At the same time, we've got to leverage the data that we have to inform the path ahead. So I think these are important perspectives. I know for a fact that many of the data sets that we'd be interested in cannot be shared, or they can only be shared with very selected audiences and perhaps even shared for periods of time. So we really have to think through all of those aspects collectively and design something that works for Africa as a whole under this initiative, and do it in such a way that we can turn on those models of security whenever we need to.
Let's keep an eye on the time. Bwana Peter Gondo.
Thank you very much. In terms of what to look at, the very first thing I would say is the simple thing of forest cover. We heard that Africa has one of the highest rates of deforestation. It's going down, yes, but with this move to incorporate jurisdictional RED and to try and benefit from carbon credits, we need, if Zámba can help us to really build on the existing systems to get even more accurate data on forest cover and forest cover changes, that would be a very good start. And of course, Harrison has indicated that we need to come up with how to use existing systems within the region and the data sharing protocols. The other is what's happening in this in the forests that we are looking at, which was alluded to by the youth speaker. A lot of us are using mean annual increment models that are very general. A lot of them even derived from South America. For our own forests, I think if Zamba can help us really come up with more accurate models for predicting or estimating our mean annual increments, and of course you can, the lady spoke about also when it comes to the biodiversity variables, the things to be measured. If we can improve the capacity within the region to collect that data and to ensure that we have accuracy when it comes to then to the MRV systems, I think that would be really a good way for Zamba to go. Thanks.
Do we have more time?
I think we have time for perhaps one more question.
Okay, there's a lady here. Okay.
Okay, hi everyone. Okay, to me, I think like when we are talking about inheritance, there are things that our forefathers or our grandparents help us to do that. Let's say, like yesterday we did the traditional cultural thing. How many youths did you see they wear the clothes and everything? They're like out of 10, they were 2 or 5 wearing our traditional. So I think that as much as we are talking about youths, we should be including also our elders in such engagement so that they may teach us our ways and how things used to go when their forefathers were there. And then by doing that and promoting our culture, it will help us more to have knowledge on how we should inherit and on how, as much as we are in a digital way, on how we should handle some issues, especially when it comes to heritage. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we're right at the red line, but I could take one more question.
Thank you very much, our speaker. Okay. Let me stand because I'm seeing nobody's looking where I'm speaking from. My names are Joshua Adem. I thank you, our 2 speakers, and the first speaker, I have a concern, and from your initiative on the hub is very crucial for conserving our forest. But I didn't hear you speaking on how we can manage or to get the predictability when it comes to industrial chemicals and pesticides, which gradually always kills the soil and enters to the forest. So I wanted just to understand, can we come up with that system of predictability like we have in the human health right now? We can predict if somebody might develop cancer in 2 years' time so that you take precautions. So with the soil and the forest, can we have such a initiative within the hub so that we don't wait up till we see the forest starting dying, but we take precautions later? So it is earlier the better if your initiative has that hub whereby we can take some precautions to preserve the forest and the soil. Thank you very much.
Richard, do you want to take that?
I think, to answer quickly, the more data you have, the better your ability to be able to analyze that and predict. Like Harrison just said, that is how the predictions on climate change are working. It's gathering recent historical data, current data, and predicting forwards. So yes, and you know, you can apply that to climate, you can apply it to One Health, you can apply it to specific, much more specific forest-related variables.
So, thank you everyone. I'd like to thank panelists, Richard and Harrison as well. I know we went through this fairly quickly, but we'll be around if you have questions. If you want to reach out to me, by all means, you want to reach out to the panelists, please do so. We look forward to working with you on this journey ahead.
Shri,
thank you.
Just a quick one, because we have a virtual audience as well. And they have one, Kip Tenai has raised something that any one of you could address perhaps or respond to, or even just exit with some reflection. Great presentation on how GIS, Earth observation, and AI support FSC work and Zámba initiative. My question to the team is, how are they planning to work with various stakeholders, including governments, NGOs, communities, and other actors, to use the already existing data? Now, over the year, I have seen organizations reinventing the wheel, doing same thing that others have done in the past. How does FSC envision sharing the data they have curated to other stakeholders? And lastly, having data is one thing, but using it to shape decisions is another. What is a plan to ensure the data collected and analyzed and presented is used to make sound decision?
I'll take a crack at it. So that's a great question. I think part of the answers lies with all of us as well. I think we need to come to the table with this being perhaps one of the work streams that the Zámba Heritage, if there's enough interest, should take up and start having those conversations. I totally agree with the idea that let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's build on the shoulders of those who have gone before us. WRI and Global Forest Watch, Global Nature Watch have been doing a lot of work in the past. Certainly, we need to look at whether those models are applicable in the African context. We know that there are challenges with the data. We've got to understand those. And then FSC has to come to the table in terms of connecting the dots with our certification schemes and what they might mean for our certification schemes. Our certification schemes should not be, in my opinion, tied to what's put out there as a standard. Those standards will need to evolve with what we're learning on the ground. That's the whole aspect of adaptive management. So there's an onus on FSC to help lead the way and be part of this, but you all need to be part of that as well. And so, but that's a great question. I think these are the kinds of conversations we need to have and to figure out who wants to come on this journey with us and what are they willing to bring in from ideas to resources to data to tech and all of those things. So.
Thank you very much. Let's give the panel a round of applause for handling all of your questions and for including all of you as part of the panel as well. We'll have a picture taken. Do we have a picture? We can just have a quick picture of the panelists. And I'd like to ask you all to just stand up as this picture is being taken. Can we all just rise? Rise up. We've been sitting for quite a bit. This is not just standing with something. I have an incentive for all of you. We are going to take a quick tea break, 15 minutes, and then we'll be back so that we can finish strong. So we'll take a 15-minute break. The tea is outside, mingle a little bit, then we come and finish strong. We have an amazing session lined up for you so that we can finish in a beautiful way. So, asanteni sana. Let's take that break quickly and be back after 15 minutes. Sante.
Welcome to you all to this inaugural Zámba Heritage Congress.
Umoja ni nguvu. There's a lot of strength in partnerships, and that's why it's a huge responsibility on each and every one of you to take the call to move from statements and into actions.
What can we do to ensure that our today is better than yesterday, but worse than our tomorrow?
It is indeed a realization that the African Development Agenda must be crafted by African countries.
Many different forces are coming together right at this moment. The Zámba Heritage Initiative is a vehicle for delivering global climate, biodiversity, and rights-based commitments.
Let us leave Nairobi not just with documents, but with deals. Not just with promises, but with activated plans. Let us ensure that when the world convenes, Africa's forests are no longer in the periphery, but at the very heart of the agenda.
There's a tremendous opportunity here for African nations to invest in their future by investing today in sustainable forest management.
Day one has been amazing. We have the political will, we have everyone very invested. The momentum is there. Governments are listening, governments have signed on. So that's what we need to get everyone else on board.
What's exciting about this whole initiative is the political capital that it's managed to generate. For the continent, we need a huge push towards sustainable forest management, and the fact that so many countries feel that this is important, it's a very positive step.
As of today, I can safely say that we have had a wonderful start to this very important and exciting initiative.
We appreciate FSC's partnership through the Kenya-UK Pact program, which supports commercial forestry and climate action. This collaboration aligns with our national objective of linking economic growth with climate resilience.
Pourquoi le Congo s'est engagé aux côtés de FSC? Parce que nous croyons que FSC aide les gouvernements à prendre en compte les 3 piliers du développement durable: l'essor économique, la conservation de la biodiversité et la prise en compte des communautés locales et populations autochtones. Le Congo, mon pays, salue avec enthousiasme cette initiative alignée sur l'agenda 2063 de l'Union européenne et soutient toute action visant l'atteinte de ces objectifs.
Private sector cannot be a substitute for the government, but the private sector must stand up to complement the efforts of the government. And this is where FSC comes in. The values of solidarity, care, stewardship.
We are here to explore opportunities where if FSC is able to certify some of our forests, it means, one, we enhance the integrity of our carbon credits.
In the next decades, there will be an increased demand for forest products and placing pressure on Africa's forest. Are we ready?
To act now, not tomorrow. And let's not ask what forests can do for us, but what we can do for our forests.
We have under the AU our Sustainable Forest Management Program framework under Agenda 2063. It really gives us a very good framework within which we can position Zámba.
Presence in the organization, I'm advocating to say every company that we support, particularly in the forest space, it must be FSC certified, because the sustainability, it comes from a responsible, managed forest. You know, there's no child labor. Governance is very key. We don't do reckless trading.
One of the presentations that was made by Dr. Yemi highlighted how much it is important as Africa to come as one in order to champion the actions we want as a continent.
Welcome to you all to this inaugural Zámba Heritage Congress.
Umoja ni nguvu. There's a lot of strength in partnerships, and that's why it's a huge responsibility on each and every one of you to take the call to move from statements and into actions.
What can we do to ensure that our today is better than yesterday, but worse than our tomorrow.
It is indeed a realization that the African development agenda must be crafted by African countries.
Many different forces are coming together right at this moment. The Zámba Heritage Initiative is a vehicle for delivering global climate, biodiversity, and rights-based commitments.
Let us leave Nairobi not just with documents, but with deals. Not just with promises, but with activated plans. Let us ensure that when the world convenes, Africa's forests are no longer in the periphery, but at the very heart of the agenda.
There's a tremendous opportunity here for African nations to invest in their future by investing today in sustainable forest management.
Day one has been amazing. We have the political will, we have everyone very invested. The momentum is there. Governments are listening, governments have signed on. So that's what we need to get everyone else on board.
What's exciting about this whole initiative is the political capital that it's managed to generate. For the continent, we need a huge push towards sustainable forest management, and the fact that so many countries feel that this is important, it's a very positive step.
As of today, I can safely say that we have had a wonderful start to this very important and exciting initiative.
We appreciate FSC's partnership through the Kenya-UK Pact program, which supports commercial forestry and climate action. This collaboration aligns with our national objective of linking economic growth with climate resilience.
Pourquoi le Congo s'est engagé aux côtés de FSC? Parce que nous croyons que FSC aide les gouvernements à prendre en compte les trois piliers du développement durable: l'essor économique, la conservation de la biodiversité et la prise en compte des communautés locales et populations autochtones. Le Congo, mon pays, salue avec enthousiasme cette initiative alignée sur l'agenda 2063 de l'Union européenne et soutient toute action visant l'atteinte de ces objectifs.
Private sector cannot be a substitute for the government, but the private sector must stand up to complement the efforts of the government. And this is where FSC comes in. The values of solidarity, care, stewardship.
We are here to explore opportunities where if FSC is able to certify some of our forests, it means, one, we enhance the integrity of our carbon credits.
In the next decades, there will be an increased demand for forest products and placing pressure on Africa's forest. Are we ready?
To act now, not tomorrow. And let's not ask what forests can do for us, but what we can do for our forests.
We have under the AU our Sustainable Forest Management Program framework under Agenda 2063. It really gives us a very good framework within which we can position Zámba.
Presence in organizations, I'm advocating to say every company that we support, particularly in the forest space, it must be FSC certified, because the sustainability, it comes from a responsible, managed forest. You know, there's no child labor. Governance is very key. We don't do reckless trading.
One of the presentations that was made by Dr. Yemi highlighted how much it is important as Africa to come as one in order to champion the actions we want as a continent.
welcome to you all to this inaugural Zámba Heritage Congress.
Umoja ni nguvu. There's a lot of strength in partnerships, and that's why it's a huge responsibility on each and every one of you to take the call to move from statements and into actions.
What can we do to ensure that our today is better than yesterday, but worse than our tomorrow?
It is indeed a realization that the African development agenda must be crafted by African countries.
Many different forces are coming together right at this moment. The Zámba Heritage Initiative is a vehicle for delivering global climate, biodiversity, and rights-based commitments.
Let us leave Nairobi not just with documents, but with deals. Not just with promises, but with activated plans. Let us ensure that when the world convenes, Africa's forests are no longer in the periphery, but at the very heart of the agenda.
There's a tremendous opportunity here for African nations to invest in their future by investing today in sustainable forest management.
Day one has been amazing. We have the political will. We have everyone very invested. The momentum is there. Governments are listening. Governments have signed on. So that's what we need to get everyone else on board.
What's exciting about this whole initiative is the political capital that it's managed to generate. For the continent, we need a huge push towards sustainable forest management, and the fact that so many countries feel that this is important, it's a very positive step.
As of today, I can safely say that we have had a wonderful start to this very important and exciting initiative.
We appreciate FSC's partnership through the Kenya-UK Pact program, which supports commercial forestry and climate action. This collaboration aligns with our national objective of linking economic growth with climate resilience.
Pourquoi le Congo s'est engagé aux côtés de FSC? Parce que nous croyons que FSC aide les gouvernements à prendre en compte les 3 piliers du développement durable: l'essor économique, la conservation de la biodiversité et la prise en compte des communautés locales et populations autochtones. Le Congo, mon pays, salue avec enthousiasme cette initiative alignée sur l'agenda 2063 de l'Union européenne et soutient toute action visant l'atteinte de ces objectifs.
Private sector cannot be a substitute for the government, but the private sector must stand up to complement the efforts of the government. And this is where FSC comes in. The values of solidarity, care, stewardship.
We are here to explore opportunities where if FSC is able to certify some of our forests, it means, one, we enhance the integrity of our carbon credits.
In the next decades, there will be an increased demand for forest products and placing pressure on Africa's forest. Are we ready?
To act now, not tomorrow. And let's not ask what forests can do for us, but what we can do for our forests.
We have under the AU our Sustainable Forest Management Program framework under Agenda 2063. It really gives us a very good framework within which we can position Zámba.
Presence in organizations, I'm advocating to say every company that we support, particularly in the forest space, it must be FSC certified, because the sustainability, it comes from a responsible, managed forest. There's no child labor. Governance is very key. We don't do reckless trading.
One of the presentations that was made by Dr. Yemi highlighted how much it is important as Africa to come as one in order to champion the actions we want as a continent.
Welcome to you all to this inaugural Zámba Heritage Congress.
Umoja ni nguvu. There's a lot of strength in partnerships, and that's why it's a huge responsibility on each and every one of you to take the call to move from statements and into actions.
What can we do to ensure that our today is better than yesterday, but worse than our tomorrow?
It is indeed a realization that the African development agenda must be crafted by African countries.
Many different forces are coming together right at this moment. The Zámba Heritage Initiative is a vehicle for delivering global climate, biodiversity, and rights-based commitments.
Let us leave Nairobi not just with documents, but with deals. Not just with promises, but with activated plans. Let us ensure that when the world convenes, Africa's forests are no longer in the periphery, but at the very heart of the agenda.
There's a tremendous opportunity here for African nations to invest in their future by investing today in sustainable forest management.
Day one has been amazing. We have the political will, we have everyone very invested. The momentum is there. Governments are listening, governments have signed on. So that's what we need to get everyone else on board.
What's exciting about this whole initiative is the political capital that it's managed to generate. For the continent, we need a huge push towards sustainable forest management, and the fact that so many countries feel that this is important, it's a very positive step.
As of today, I can safely say that we have had a wonderful start to this very important and exciting initiative.
We appreciate FSC's partnership through the Kenya-UK Pact program, which supports commercial forestry and climate action. This collaboration aligns with our national objective of linking economic growth with climate resilience.
Pourquoi le Congo s'est engagé aux côtés de FSC? Parce que nous croyons que FSC aide les gouvernements à prendre en compte les trois piliers du développement durable: l'essor économique, la conservation de la biodiversité et la prise en compte des communautés locales et populations autochtones. Le Congo, mon pays, salue avec enthousiasme cette initiative alignée sur l'agenda 2063 de l'Union européenne et soutient toute action visant l'atteinte de ces objectifs.
Private sector cannot be a substitute for the government, but the private sector must stand up to complement the efforts of the government. And this is where FSC comes in. The values of solidarity, care, stewardship.
We are here to explore opportunities where if FSC is able to certify some of our forests, it means, one, we enhance the integrity of our carbon credits.
In the next decades, there will be an increased demand for forest products and placing pressure on Africa's forest. Are we ready?
To act now, not tomorrow. And let's not ask what forests can do for us, but what we can do for our forests.
We have under the AU our Sustainable Forest Management Program framework under Agenda 2063. It really gives us a very good framework within which we can position Zamba.
Presence in the organization, I'm advocating to say every company that we support, particularly in the forest space, it must be FSC certified, because the sustainability, it comes from a responsible, managed forest. You know, there's no child labor. Governance is very key. We don't do reckless trading.
One of the presentations that was made by Dr. Yemi highlighted how much it is important as Africa to come as one in order to champion the actions we want as a continent.
leaving, when they have planned their itinerary to leave Nairobi, we're not chasing you, please stay on. But for those who had the facilitation and support from FSC Group, when we exit, when we take the lunch break, which should be in a few minutes, please make sure you get the confirmation of the travel timings and where you need to be supported in terms of getting to the airport and what have you. So make sure you make your way to the registration desk, get the confirmation so that it is seamless and you will not be stranded in any way. So they're on standby, all the details they have, they're the ones who supported you making your way here, and they're on standby to support you making your way out. When we're done with everything, we'll ask that we clear everything so that the set down starts, but we head on to 4th floor and enjoy lunch. So,
yes, to start us off on this part of the conversation as we come to the end of what we planned for the last 2-3 days, I'd like for us to welcome the Regional Director, FSC Africa, Dr. Peter Alele. To give him a coffee. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. How are you feeling? Thank you very much. It's 2.5 days of intense work here, and I honestly, sincerely appreciate your presence, your engagement, your life, your lot, and your contribution to all of the discussions that we have had. I want to start by repeating a quote I used on day one when we were opening. Until the lion learns to write, the tale of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. I say this because as Africans, we need to learn to write our own story. And us gathering here, we are writing a story. Whatever we are doing with Zámba is unprecedented. And I think it's very important for us to know that this is a historical moment. The fact that you're here, there will come a time when you'll say, I was glad I was there. I witnessed it, I saw it come to life. It's very important. Before we go into the announcements that we have, I just want to share a quick reflection. When you start an innovation as ambitious and perhaps as crazy as the Zámba Heritage Initiative, you're going to rely on a lot of buy-in, a lot of trust from people. Might start from your own family, from the hours you spend away from them, to colleagues, to other institutions. And I just want to start by acknowledging, first and foremost, the FSC leadership for believing and trusting in this vision. The Zámba Heritage Initiative is launching today because of the FSC leadership. And we'll carry that leadership forward and hope that we can work with as many of you as possible. So feel free to be involved, to continue being engaged, because this must succeed, and it will succeed. And then of course, my team, FSC Africa team, who have put all this together. They have engaged you, they have reached you, they're mobilizing and they're managing every bit and piece of this organization. That's internal. But externally, in our engagements, we have had people come together in what we created from the very beginning called a task force. That every week we are working on so many things. This task force was meeting every week, engaging, advising, critiquing, each institution contributing their resources in terms of experience and knowledge. And I just want to acknowledge first and foremost the Africa Forest Forum. A hand of applause for the Africa Forest Forum. The Nature Conservancy. A hand of applause for the Nature Conservancy for their very active engagement. The Africa Innovations Institute, who were with us from the beginning. A hand of applause to the Africa Innovations Institute. A hand of applause to the East Africa Wildlife Society. And a hand of applause to UNEP. We say thank you. Thank you for fighting on the front lines with us. I also want to very much thank the Republic of Congo and the Minister Rosalie Matondo, who has been with us from the very beginning. You're seeing her here, but she has been very, very involved the last few months. The Minister, Dr. Rosalie Matondo, is a professional, and she reads every document of ours, and I just want to acknowledge that. Thank you very much to the Republic of Congo. And of course, once again, to our sponsors for this event, WWF Kenya, the New Forests, and Purple Dot, sorry. A hand of applause to those three. But as I said, when people believe in you, they walk with you. They take the good things and the bad things. And I think we are very grateful, first and foremost, for the early off-takers. And right now, I want to announce with a lot of pride the agreement to go into formal partnership with 3 separate institutions. The first institution that has accepted to sign an MOU with us, which we should have signed, all these 3 we should have signed on the sidelines of this event, but because of how busy the last few days have been, we have not been able to complete that. But we have this memoranda of understanding drafted, and in the next few days, you will definitely hear about us formally signing these agreements. But we thank them because they have accepted to go into formal partnership with us. So I will announce the first one is the National Park Agency of Gabon. A hand of applause. The National Park Agency of Gabon is already commencing the certification of a pilot national park in Gabon. And so this is not just an MOU, it's action. And we are grateful for that. The second institution that is critical for this work to commence is Omar Bongo University, Gabon. It is very, very important for us to build capacity. When you begin to do work in an ambitious scale across the region, you're going to require experts, you're going to require certification bodies and certification capacity, technical expertise in all sectors. And we are grateful that we have a memorandum of understanding that is ready for signing with Omar Bongo University. And the third one that we have a memorandum of understanding that is ready, we shall sign in the next few days, is the Nature Conservancy. And a hand of applause to the TNC, who we are already partnering with in finalizing the development of a sustainable forest management project for the Congo Basin that will be announced in the next few days. So it is my honor, therefore, to invite Omer Ntugu Ndutume, the Executive Secretary for the National Park Agency of Gabon, to offer a few remarks. You're welcome. Yes, Mr. Executive Secretary, you come over here and everybody sees you.
Bonjour, bonjour et merci. Let me try to speak in French. Sorry. L'Agence nationale des parcs nationaux du Gabon et le FSC vont en effet signer un MOU. Cet MOU est le produit d'un travail de longue haleine, mais un travail innovant sur la problématique de la certification des aires protégées, la certification des parcs nationaux du Gabon. C'est une première en Afrique centrale, c'est une première surtout au Gabon. Sur 3 millions d'hectares de parcs nationaux, nous espérons que ces surfaces soient certifiées par le FSC, non seulement pour avoir un mandat international qui donne un quitus sur la gestion que nous faisons de ces écosystèmes, mais également, à travers ce partenariat, pour nous permettre de redéfinir les rapports que nous avons avec les communautés, que nous avons avec la
community, the civil society, the relationship we have with the state. And so Gabon hopes that through this MOU, we are going to get to management of these national parks, which will serve as a basis, objective basis for calculating the carbon credits and also to add value to products. And so this is important work that we have never undertaken in our country, but we hope that with FSC we shall be able to work together on modalities of this, and also this work is going to help us to be in rhythm with the management of these protected areas so that we can be a model that is recognized at the international level. And this will help us to recognize within the country that certification of a forester, because we have 2 million forests, and when we get this certification, and so certification for forest exploitation and also conservation, and also the methods for SFM is going to get to a standard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite Professor Sylvestre Kwahu, Vice Rector, Umar Bongo University, to offer a few remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, how are you? I'm very happy to find myself for the second time in Kenya, and I thank FSC for having given us this opportunity to sign an agreement. And I remind you about the context. The Omar Bongo University is the biggest university in Gabon and the oldest. We have more than 20,000 students, and we have 4 faculties. Faculty of Applied Sciences, Faculty of Arts, and the Faculty of Law, and the Faculty of Languages and Heritage. As you were listening to the presentations here, 80% of Gabon is covered by forests. And in the context of the modernization of our education system, we want to professionalize some of our programs. And given the importance of the forest for our country, the forest is a huge economic potential for Gabon, but also a very important asset for the local communities. And for this reason, in terms of using these forests, it's important to put in place mechanisms for sustainable development. And all the sense that this framework agreement we have with the FSC becomes important. It's going to be about strengthening, training in terms of sustainable development, and also management, and also encourage research in terms of land matters. In the context of this framework, we are counting on the expertise from your members. We're also going to count on the expertise of our researchers, because we have eminent researchers in this area. So we are willing that this framework can be formalized so that we can continue working together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then last but not least, I would just want to share with you that we have a letter of endorsement from Liberia. And I would like to therefore invite you to come and Liberia, the Liberian representative, to come and offer a few remarks.
Well, good afternoon. It has been a good time here in Kenya, a very nice experience with all of you, the colleagues here, and the FFC coming down to the Zámba initiative. We received this invitation, and with all of the good news that we've listened to, I listened to Dr. pronouncing letter. That sounds very good. But on the other side, we have done something great. We've communicated everything here from start to end with our senior management. Speaking, my name is Victor Kwesa. I am the Deputy Managing Director for Administration at the Forestry Development Authority, Liberia. Whatever communication from here has been sent to the headquarters, and our cabinet has started a review process, and all signals to reach to the letter that you've talked about are good. So Liberia stands back to say, we are in support, but the formal declaration and the communication will be sent to Zámba upon return. So I want to say a very big thank you. We've seen that there are great things to do together in Africa, and there are things that we can do to move Africa forward. And again, we are committed to working together to make Africa great. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much. A lot of this we have been working on the last few days, and I'm so proud that it's coming together. That should inspire all of us, that this is collective effort, and We need your effort. We need your support. We need your involvement. And we need your engagement for us to succeed. So thank you, and congratulations to all of our formal partnerships that we have agreed. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Dr. Peter Lele, Regional Director from FSC Africa. It's my great pleasure now to welcome Dr. Harrison Kojwang from FSC to actually give us a few more words of inspiration that we're heading in the right direction. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much indeed, MCs, the team, the distinguished guests seated here this afternoon. I've got very few remarks, and I'm going to go off script for about a minute. And doing that for two reasons. One, it is very important for you to hear the story of how Zámba started. Secondly, I don't think it's going to be a career-limiting statement. I think it's the beginning of last year that after Christmas vacation, that Peter called me up and we talked about this dream he had about big, bold statements that should be made to achieve more stuff in the forest sector with FSC as a supporting agency. And we had several conference calls, because he sits in Kampala and I sit in Nairobi. So I would see his face on the screen. And Peter would get so unusually animated about Zámba, to the extent that after every call I would tell him, Peter, that level of animation is very contagious. So I also caught the bug about Zámba. This man had a dream, he shared it with his team, we took it up, and here we are today launching the Zámba Heritage. Peter, I just wanted them to know that story. Today, you are standing up here in a black suit, very calm. Nobody can see the traces of that animation that started this story. And I thought I should share that. And I believe that statement is not career limiting, is it? Thank you. After saying that, I would just like to say that I'm here to talk about the declaration that we have shared with the countries that were represented during this meeting. We prepared the preamble of that document, but the main spirit of the declarations were derived from the deliberations that we heard from you. So we offered this draft yesterday afternoon to the various countries to have a look at it. And we designed it as a soft instrument of understanding between us and the FS and you and the countries, and between the countries, among the countries themselves. So that's the spirit of the document. It is not legally binding. I would say it's morally binding. I think there's a distinction. Because we have a moral responsibility of our heritage. We've agreed that the forests are our heritage. That's why I'm calling it a moral responsibility of that document. I'm just pleased to say that from yesterday, we have had 4 countries expressing no objection to the text and the spirit of the document. And we are highly privileged to announce that Zambia has signed it. And I thank Dr. Hari for that. He read the document, had no objection, and put his signature to it. That's very lovely indeed. Kenya has read it, has no objection, and the chief conservator and the ministry will sign the document in due course. The same applies to Uganda. And most pleasantly and very, very few minutes ago, Liberia. The countries are at liberty to read this document over the next 1 to 2 weeks. And if you have no objection, please append your signature. And I will request our overall boss, Dr. Subra, to say something about that declaration as well when she comes on the stage. I just wanted to say that because she will have the final word. Thank you very much indeed. And I think that's all I needed to share. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Harrison Kojwang. And giving a closing remarks as we also understand and have a feeling of what the last 3 days have been, help me welcome His Excellency Ato Kebede Yemam, Director General of Ethiopian Forestry Development. Let's give him a round of applause as he gives us his closing remarks. Asante sana.
Good afternoon. Distinguished directors, all protocols observed, dear fellow custodians of Africa forests, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this Zámba Heritage Congress, I stand here with a profound sense of optimism, but also urgency. Over the past 2 days, we have discussed the future of our continent's most vital life support systems, our forests. From the vast Congo Basin to the Afro-Montane landscape of Ethiopia and to the iconic Mimbo woodlands of Southern Africa. These ecosystems are not merely carbon sink. They are the backbone of our economic resilience and the cultural heritage of our children. Ethiopia's journey, marked by the Green Legacy Initiative, has taught us that ambition must be matched by radical action, having planted over 47 billion seedlings. We have moved beyond the planning phase. However, for Africa to truly thrive, we must transform our forest sector into high-value economic driver. We need to increase Africa's share in the global forest economy by moving from raw commodity export to value-added certified forest products that empower our local communities. While we applaud the Zámba Heritage Initiative, I must urge the Forest Stewardship Council and all partners to be even more courageous. The targets set in the Heritage Roadmap need to be aligned with the ambitious target of FR100 and the Bond challenges, such as meeting our continental commitment to restore 100 million hectares of degraded land. New targets need to be the ceiling, not the floor for them, to get traction by stakeholders and governments. Finally, I address my brother and sister across the African continent the fact that our nation shares similar fates. We must be bound together by our solutions. I hence call upon all African nations and development partners to join hands and move as a coordinated continental bloc to sustainably manage our resources and demand fair climate financing. We need to note that our forests are not only inherited, but also borrowed from the next generation. As we depart, let's carry forward this pledge, such as protect our forests as they protect us, to nurture our foresters as they sustain us, and to honor the Zámba Heritage Initiative, not only in word, but in action. Ethiopia stands ready to share its experience and support the heritage objectives. I thank you.
Thank you so much for those reflections, Your Excellency Ato Kabede Iman, Director General of Ethiopian Forestry Development. And now for a word of reflection and also closing remarks, I'd like to hear and call on Jean-Daniel Mendomo Biong, Director of Forest from the Ministry of Forest and Wildlife in Cameroon. Karibu, let's give him a hand as he comes to stage.
Thank you very much. I will speak in French. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I have been asked to talk about what I have understood about what we have done. And so I'm now going to give my speech. And so I would like to first of all thank the Kenyan authorities and also thank Kenya. So I would say why. Because we are used to social networks, and what we see in social networks is not correct. And so I would like to say that what I have read and compared to the reality I have lived at your place is different. And so your hospitality, your reception, I would like to thank you very much for that. And so for the leaders of Zámba Heritage Initiative, and so after having taken time to listen to you attentively, I thought that your work on sustainable management and certification of forests goes beyond an environmental method. It is an affirmation of our sovereignty, social, economic in the continent. And so, as I have noted, this targets the laws so that we can manage and document the forests. And so at the international level, what has been undertaken, we have talked about certification, traceability, and also local knowledge and sharing benefits. So sustainable exploitation is going to help in sustainable management so that we can share benefits. So what we have had in Cameroon, and this has been edified, and so this mechanism is going to help Cameroon to be committed. And so what you have presented, we see that we shall come up with the signing of an agreement. It is important to note that for me personally, as my opinion, so Zámba Heritage is actually strategic for our countries, and especially Cameroon, and also on our capacity in order to fight against climate change. And so I'm persuaded that participating in this initiative in my country will give us a solid framework to fight against illegal exploitation, and also having a facility for having access to financing, and in order to have sustainable management for the rural communities. And so the forest exploitation is going to give us something, and so the sources of income are going to be multiplied. And so this is what we want to salute and accept. And so we would like to invite all the partners, technical and financial partners, the international partners and the NGOs, to come and support our forest and to join FSC and also support this initiative, which I consider it is a Pan-African initiative that is unique. And so what I have seen here is enough. Zámba Heritage represents what I can call raised impact in fighting against climate change and safeguarding our biodiversity. And so that is the feeling that I have had for this Congress. Thank you very much for having invited me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jean-Daniel Mendomo, Director of Forests and Wildlife. Let's give him a round of applause. So for final reflections, it's my great pleasure and honor to welcome my countrymen. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Bua to come and give us words of inspiration. Round of applause.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Africa is organized in blocks, which we refer to as RECs, Regional Economic Communities. My appeal is that FSC please continue to speak to us in the RECs. Why? Because within the RECs, we already have institutional structures that will help us to carry forward discussions, negotiations, engagements to realize the vision and the objectives of Zámba Heritage Initiative. Secondly, ladies and gentlemen, the RECs also have forest-related strategies already developed. So whether it is the EAC, ECOWAS, SADC, I think we should utilize whatever strategies, policies, and maybe even the laws that already exist to help us take forward our vision for Zámba Heritage Initiative. So to us, a child is born. That child is Zámba Heritage Initiative. With that birth comes opportunities and challenges. So what are the opportunities? The opportunity is that we can anchor Zámba Heritage Initiative within the structures that we already have in place. So what that means is that we can actually carry forward Zámba Heritage Initiative by following the principles within the RECs that will make Zámba Heritage Initiative make significant contribution to our regions, to our people, and to our countries. Within the EAC, we talk about one people, one destiny. And if I can speak as a citizen of East African community, I would like to say that within that vision of one people, one destiny, lies the vision of commitment to take the region, to take the EAC as one of the leading structures within the continent to make the vision and the commitment a reality. Comes also with the birth of Zámba Heritage Initiative, a challenge. A challenge to ensure that we think outside the box. The challenge to ensure that we translate our commitments into reality and the challenge to harness what we have in order to make the vision of Zámba Heritage Initiative achieved. So finally, I just would like to say, over the last few days and part of today, as a person, I have been extremely impressed by the zeal, the interest that people have expressed, because we would like to see Zámba Heritage Initiative mature as a flagship initiative that offers prospects for improving the forest sector, that gives hope for Africa's forestry. So ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to wish all of you well as we go back to respective countries, but let's keep the fire burning. Thank you and all the best.
Asante sana, Professor Obwan, for your reflections. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the FSC Director General, Dr. Subra Bhattacharjee. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, friends of forests in Africa. Good afternoon, friends of FSC in Africa. 2.5 days of detailed and high-level discussions. This doesn't get any better than this. 2 days of intense discussions that end with people dancing at 10:30 p.m. I don't know where that energy came from. It doesn't get better than this. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Our country delegates, our partners, our certificate holders in the room. Thank you to those who have come from other countries and to those who have battled the traffic jam in the morning to be here right on time. Thank you to the young people who have been very quietly facilitating, making things move, making things run so smoothly. And our 3 MCs. Just on the spot, you've probably walked 10,000 steps every day, probably longer. Thank you. FSC team, I told you yesterday, one-on-one, that you worked really hard, made things work, and then showed up at the party looking pretty and danced. I'm so proud of you. Many of you don't know, or might not have noticed, we also have in the room one of our board members who's from Africa. Sitting right at the back very quietly is Stu Valentin. And our other board member from Africa is not in Africa right now. He's in the UK, logged in online, listening. Mark Ofori, thanks to you too. The question now is, what next? We've had good discussions. What happens after this is the important bit, because without that, what are we doing? So if the question in your mind is, what will FSC do next? I would say the right question is, what will we do next? In a world where the word Ubuntu is really overused, it applies very centrally to FSC, because without its stakeholders, its certificate holders, its members, and its partners, FSC is nothing. What are we without you? So where we take this initiative, what happens from here, the actions that so many of you have highlighted, the concrete actions, the delivery has to happen with us together. We will need your voices, your initiatives in your respective countries to take and chart the way forward. What's more, as you've heard me say many times, this initiative is Africa-owned, Africa-led, and the voices from here, the ideas from here, have to be up on the global stage, informing how we think of responsible forest management globally. And that cannot happen with a single voice here or there speaking up. Africa will have to find its collective narrative, the African narrative, and then put it up front in global, intergovernmental, and international platforms collectively. Because random people, one or two people speaking, will get marginalized. It is only when we stand together that you and we have a chance in really establishing the African narrative and ideas outside Africa. So solidarity is a need. It's not a luxury. It's not an inspiring idea. It is a need for survival. When we take the work forward, and here I'm going to talk about the work which is contained in general terms in the declaration that Harrison mentioned. As we take the work forward, the capacities, and a very broad range of capacities, will be very important. And there I see reason for hope, because a lot of the capacities are here already in Africa. You don't need things from outside. When I was speaking to different people in the last 2 days, I was taken aback by how many people have PhDs, not random PhDs in, say, physics, which is also very important, or economics, which is also important, but in areas that are relevant to forestry. Dr. Oeli Flores, a molecular biologist who works on the CITES convention. Deep technical knowledge. Dr. Rosalie Matondo, who used to have, who was an expert with a PhD in forestry before she moved into the position she is now. Deep technical expertise, and there are many others who I have spoken to who have that level of expertise already. The young people here who are eager to engage and learn and have that hustle, I so admire the number of them who came up to me just to say, hi, let's collaborate. I mean, I wouldn't have had that hustle when I was their age. I wouldn't have had the guts when I was at their age. So this gives me hope. Coming to the declaration, at the heart of the declaration is what needs to happen to promote the health and resilience of Africa's forests, to keep them standing, and to serve the people and the economies of Africa. Our government representatives here, we know the challenges you face. We know what happens when your minister goes and sits in a cabinet meeting and has to answer questions about why the forest should not be cut down. We know that, we feel your pain. And FSC is all about making the economics of responsible forest management work. At the beginning of this Congress, I spoke to you about FSC's promise. FSC's promise also is that as we protect the rights and well-being of communities, of workers, of indigenous peoples, our promise is that your ministers can go sit in their cabinet meetings and talk to the Minister of Economy or the Minister of Finance and talk about poverty alleviation. They can say how responsible forest management is advancing community well-being, why communities are becoming less aid-dependent and more self-sufficient. And this is not a nice-to-have, could-be idea. We have seen this materialize in communities in Mexico, in Guatemala, in other parts of the world, and it can work in Africa. Our commitment is to provide you the platform where you can come together, share ideas, but also agree on a shared narrative that you will take to global platforms. Yesterday, we met with the directors of the different forest services, and we will follow up to create the platform for you to share with each other. In other words, there is lots to do, and this is just the beginning. Thank you.
Let us appreciate Dr. Subra, under whose guidance has been the convener of this, alongside the leadership with Dr. Peter and the team at FSC, bringing us together. Let's give her a hand of appreciation as well as she takes her seat. And now, as a word of kwaheri, asante sana, rudi tena, which is goodbye, thank you, and come back again, I'd like to call on a representative as host nation, Bwana George Mudhike, who is a board member at the Kenya Forestry Service, to give us a word of asante from Kenya.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am sure I stand between you and lunch. Therefore, I'll be very, very short. First of all, is to say on behalf of the government, we are so grateful for the organizers of this Congress to have chosen Kenya to host. The last 3 days have been quite days of learning. And I want to believe that the interactions that we have had, the technical discussions that have been made, have really shaped a lot of directions in which our forests can take. I also want to appreciate all of us who managed to attend to this Congress with a lot of expectations. And also expect that those expectations, or some of those expectations, have been met, and those that have not been met, they will be met as we continue interacting. I want to believe that having sat here for 3 days discussing one particular agenda, and that is forestry in Africa particularly, we all expect to get to some destination. Because I'm one of students of destiny, and I don't believe in sitting somewhere and learning nothing and having nothing as an outcome. So I want to believe that as the organizers of Zámba Heritage Initiative and this Congress, there must have been some outcomes, and the speakers who have spoken before me have highlighted to this. I do not need to really repeat. But one key thing is that we need to keep pushing to have forestry standards. We always have had those discussions, and those of us who are in forestry long enough, there are all those issues that keep on coming, that African forestry are going down. Inter-country trade in forest and forest products is low. And all these matters, I think we have all learned one or two things in our course of being here. It's therefore important that we keep pushing to have these standards for sustainability, technology transfer and learning, and more importantly, value addition. And I'm happy that some of the things that have been peculiar in other countries outside Africa are now becoming part of us. The issue of mass timber construction, and for your information, I'm a timber engineering expert. this is a discussion that has been away from us for a while. But we are happy that it is now at the center of our table, and we therefore need to embrace this and see that we can promote inter-country and global trade and acceptability for that matter. I therefore want to wish you all well and wish the organizers and the FSC good tidings as you keep pushing. You have our support as a government of Kenya, and our CS was here yesterday. I am not putting words in her mouth. She spoke. And therefore, we want to affirm that we are supportive of this initiative, and we look forward to having greater strides coming up. Therefore, as we close this Congress, I want to believe that this is not the end. We are just beginning. And we look forward for more to come, for more learning and more issues to come in. And therefore, if you feel as organizers you want to come back to Nairobi, you are still welcome. Kenya is a good place. Of course, we always say, hakuna matata, or rather there are no troubles. I want to believe you have enjoyed being here the last couple of days. And I'm not chasing you. I want to welcome you to see Nairobi well, and part of what you can get from here. We have our Karura Forest where you can do some walking. I'm sure we have had some good sitting. You can spend a few hours, it's just across a few 5-10 minutes drive from here. You can also get into the Nairobi National Park and a few other places where you can enjoy, if you have time remaining to be in Nairobi. With those few remarks, allow me therefore to declare this Congress officially closed. Thank you very much.
And just maybe, if you use the name Bwana George Mudhike, the board member of Kenya Forestry Service, as you go to Karura Forest or the Nairobi National Park, you just might get a discount. I'm just joking. Just come here. Stand by here. There's a special message for you as host nation and also for the partner nations from Dr. Subra that she wants you to hear as you stand right next to stage. Kusema asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a hand for a final vote of thanks.
You heard me say thanks, and yet this deserves a specific moment. On behalf of the Forest Stewardship Council, my heartfelt thanks to Kenya as the host country for the first Congress. My thanks also to Her Excellency Dr. Barasa, for her leadership, and to Dr. Rosalie Matondo for her leadership, for being the two co-chairs of this Congress. This will be a rotating chair, and they are our inaugural co-chairs. Please convey to both our heartfelt thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Asante.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. The Burundi dancers! Wow! Now that is what they call Zámba.
Yes, sir.
And that should not be tried at home. Just watch it and enjoy it. And thank you as well. I see people online were enjoying that. And the Ubuntu Burundi drummers, you spoke of Ubuntu, Dr. Subra. They actually signify Zámba, the Zámba spirit.
Ladies and gentlemen, somebody once said that every ending is an opportunity for a new beginning. And I'd like to thank all of you for having been part of this journey. We know where Zámba started, but we all now have a chance to be part of the story that is soon to be told. We'd like to thank you all as we go.
I'd say in Kimasai, Ashe Oleng, Serena, which is thank you so much, and Kwaheri or bye-bye. My name is Mark Masai. It's been a pleasure being with you the last 3 days and serving alongside these fabulous co-directors of the inaugural Zámba Heritage Congress. Let's give them a hand as well, as we appreciate them.
Thank you.
And thank you all for being so kind and patient with us. Asanteni sana.
And I would like to say adios, and in my mother tongue, Nemovea, Asante Sana. It's been a great honor to be part, like Mark said, of the inaugural Zámba Heritage Congress, and a deep honor to be alongside this amazing gentleman. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for holding me down, Dr. Mitch and Mark Masai.
I'd like to say a poem tek. Domo Harigato. Merci beaucoup, mesdames et messieurs. C'était un grand plaisir d'être ici. We'd like to thank each and every single one of you for being part of these 3 days. But these 3 days should not be the end, but the beginning of greater things. Thank you very much. Travel safe, and God bless.
Live to the spirit, forests for all, forever. And as we head out to lunch, ladies and gentlemen, it's on 4th floor. For those who are getting the assistance of FSC, please go by the care desk and get your travel details. And all the journalists, please see our team led by Israel. Like I said, welcome, stay on.